Hello. High 5B. How are you doing today? Hope everyone else is doing well. Today, I mean, I think technically due to time zones, the Otome festival is already over, but I have the game I'm going to play today, and then I have one more that I'm probably going to play tomorrow. Good, how goes? I'm good. I'm tired. I worked out today. My muscles are sore. Okay. Normally I would have the game up already, but I didn't because there's like this little thing that plays at the beginning when you start up the game, and I thought it was really cute, so I wanted to show you guys.
Tell me, O Muse, of the man of many ways, who was driven far journeys after he had sacked. Huh? What do you mean wrong script?
So
She being swarmed by ducks? Yeah, And I bet they tell you that they love you all the time. Are you kidding? I love ducks. But I love you even more.
The ducks, they're just ducks. So, I don't know too much about what happens between Penelope and Odysseus in like actual Greek mythology, like before all the wars. So like I don't know anything about how they met. But I guess if you want it to be completely accurate, this would... No, I mean, I guess Pre-Odyssey is still technically correct, but it would... You would also have to say that this takes place before the Iliad, because the Odyssey is Odysseus' journey of coming home after the Trojan War. The Iliad is the actual full, like, 10-year war. So technically this is also pre-Iliad. But I think most people know the Odyssey over the Iliad. Hey, complete a main ending to access. Okay, what is all the bonus stuff? Lore, read the lore that you've unlocked by playing the game. There's music. Pre-Odyssey Theater, special segment with Penelope and Odysseus as they talk about the Trojan War, the Odyssey, and beyond. So is the Trojan War going to take place in this game? I'm not quite sure yet. I don't know if anyone else here is really into Greek mythology. But I am very much interested in it. Oh, you know what? I never recorded the... You know what? It's fine. I'll just like re-record it later if I need it. Okay, we are gonna start. I like Greek stuff. I used to read a whole bunch of the mythologies when I was younger. I never got into Percy Jackson, but I was very much into Greek mythology. Watch me completely butcher some of the names, though, because some of the names are just, like, so difficult to figure out how to pronounce. This is Penelope. She's very cute. Why did I even say yes to Uncle Tindarius? I don't know if the real Penelope was into ducks or anything. I think it would be a lot more funny if she was. Alright, fine. It's my fault I couldn't say no. Maybe it's not that bad. At least I don't have to see Father. It's just that I'm not comfortable with unfamiliar places. Everyone looks at us all weird here. At home, they ignore us. I do like how most of the ducks look normal, and then there's like one little duck in the back with like a little emo fringe. Oh? You too, huh? Didn't I tell you already why we're here? You know Helen, my cousin. She's very extremely pretty, so kings and princes kept coming over to ask for her. I heard she's been upset, so Uncle called me and my sisters over. But we're not really familiar with each other. Besides, she doesn't like you guys being around. Hey, no swearing. She's still my cousin.
As I've thought, I shouldn't have bothered coming here. That poor lady was swarmed by those men. Quite pitiable, if you ask me.
I'm glad this is partially voice acted so I don't have to read as much. The young man turned around, only to see a sight to behold. She did like ducks in the myth? Okay, so that would explain all the ducks here.
What am I looking at?
She's so pretty with all the ducks around her. Between Helen and me, I'd say she's like a beautiful, majestic swan. Well, I'm just a mangy little duck next to her. You know, she kind of looks very duck-like. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. You guys are great. Ducks are great.
Is she being swarmed by ducks?
Do you think this is like the common sense reaction to discovering a woman surrounded by animals? Because I feel like this is how all those Disney princes should have reacted when they see all those women surrounded by animals. Talking to them. I wonder if there's a duck prince. Or a duck king. And then they turn into a handsome man with a kiss. Is there any one of you like that?
By the gods. Are they conversing?
And the ducks in turn reply and seemingly listen to the girl. Almost as though they actually understood each other.
How surreal.
Bro is totally weirded out, and you know what? Valid. That's a great scene. It's a wonderful scene. The girl turned her head and caught sight of the man who'd been watching her. She pulled her veil over her face. What a handsome man. Penelope then whispered to her ducks. He must be one of Helen's suitors. The birds nudged her with their heads. Approach him? But should I? Say hi. Yes, Eppy. She has opinions about this game. No, they're right. I should toughen up more. Being here and all, it's a nice opportunity to meet new people. Oh, hold on. But what do I say? I can't just walk up to him for no reason, right? Right? The girl took in deep breaths to steady herself. Yusabi. All right. We can do this. And she turned around. Ah! Surprised, she almost tripped. Whoa there. Are you all right? Thankfully, he managed to catch her. He's holding my hand. How scandalous. Next thing you know, he's gonna see your ankle. I don't smell like duck right now, do I? I also want to preface this by saying ducks can smell very terrible. They can smell so bad. Like, it's like one of like... It's like one of my top most worst smelling things I've ever smelled. Like, like, I think it's worse than like hot garbage. Like, that's how bad it is. And I'm forever traumatized for it. With her head filled with useless thoughts, the girl could only nod in response. Oh, that's good. Sorry about that. Huh? No, it's fine. I mean, I'm fine. Yes, I'm okay. Great first impression, Penelope. Go me. You don't have to be nervous around me. Who's nervous? Not me. Definitely not me. Right. I'm not convincing, am I? Not in the slightest. I want to go home. I'm Odysseus. Might I have the pleasure to hear your name? The man, or rather Odysseus, said as he held his hand out for a handshake. Huh? Oh, you may call me Penelope. She smiled, returning his gesture. Penelope, such a pretty name. Yes. Honestly, she's not very fond of her name. For various reasons. Anyway, I just came over since I couldn't help but notice the sight of you and your ducks. Watching you talk to ducks attracted my attention. Huh? Didn't he just call me attractive? No, he didn't. But we'll leave her to misunderstand. So I was wondering, what's with the ducks? And that the ducks who had all kept quiet suddenly started quacking. Almost as if they wanted their presence to be known. Ah, they're my friends. These little guys always follow me around. It's been like that since I was a child. At that, one of the ducks leaped into her arms. They're good kids. How long can a duck live for? That's one thing I'm curious about. I see. Wait, did I just say what I did? He must think I'm a freak, a duck weirdo. While Penelope was wallowing in self-induced despair, the man had picked up one of the ducks and cradled it in his arms. Fascinating. They really are well behaved. At that comment, the duck in his arms held their head up, as if showing off. Oh, who's a good boy? You are. Yes, you are. He began stroking the duck, which the bird seemed to enjoy. Having seen this sight, Penelope, who had been forgotten, perked up. He's not making fun of me. Odysseus seems like a nice man. And that little one says he likes you. Huh? So you really can understand what they're saying. Am I digging my own grave again? No, Odysseus is nice, I think. I mean, I literally had only known him for a few minutes. I think that feels like a typo. Pretty sure it's supposed to be have. But I feel like I could trust him. Well, maybe they're just going for the past tense. It's just very weird for thoughts to be in the past tense. It's like thinking in the past tense does not feel natural. Yes, I've always understood their quacks. Ducks live 5 to 10 years? Okay, so it's very possible that they've been with her since she was a kid. She finally replied. It's not weird, is it? Well, yes, it's very weird. What happened to my trust in you, Odysseus? You're very fascinating. I like you. Huh? Penelope.exe stopped working. I like that this game isn't serious. But yeah, the expressions are very funny in this one. And that the duck he was cradling suddenly started biting him. Ow! Ow! And the ducks below started attacking him with tackles and pecks. Fine, sorry. I won't bully Penelope anymore, alright? At that quack, all of them stopped. I swear I could feel you all glaring at me. He whimpered while stroking the angry duck he was holding. Sorry about that. Looks like they went wild after I blanked out. It's fine. I didn't think they'd be protective of you. Well, they're my best friends. My only friends, but he doesn't need to know that.
Mass attack starts in 5, 4,
That was
3,
so fucking loud.
2, 1.
I need to turn that down.
Mass attack.
Well, you guys can throw whatever you want at the screen. Unfortunately, it's poor Odysseus on the screen, so I don't know. If she takes care of the ducks, they can live for 20 years. Oh, interesting. Yeah, she probably has the means to take care of them for a long time. If someone wants to throw something, it's that tomato extension that's on the screen if you're on desktop. I don't know about mobile. You must not have many friends then. That's mean. I mean, he's right, but that was still mean. Cue in another duck attack. What did I do this time? Don't tell me I was right. You don't have Ow! Ow! Ouch! He had it coming for him. Guys, it's fine. You don't have to keep attacking him. Thank you for the backup. With that, he set the duck down. You don't have to thank me for that. Well, as much as I'd like to continue chatting, I have some business to attend to. I may have gotten some duck bites, but this was fun. I'll drop by here again tomorrow. See ya. Wait. Before she could get any word out, the man had left her sight. He's fast. Tomorrow, huh? Oh my god, is that a duck with a pompadour? Oh. That feeling when a duck is more stylish than you are. At that quack, she turned to the duck on her arm. Oh, it's nothing. Come, it's almost time for lunch. Business. Right, he probably went off to see Helen. The next day, the lone girl gracefully walked along the hall. The trail of ducks quacking behind her. That must look so cute. Little Penelope walking around and there's like a bunch of ducks behind her. Also, I don't think I said, but thank you for the bits, Cypher. Hope you're doing well today. She almost seemed like a mother duck, followed by her little ducklings. Penelope whispered in the people whispered in the background. Isn't that the child of Prince Icarius? I hear that she's mad. Such beauty is wasted on her. God forbid a girl likes ducks. Why is she being followed by those birds? Is she a witch? But the girl simply continued walking. It's called imprinting. Although I guess they didn't really learn about that back then, did they? She had long learned to ignore gossip. She had her ducks after all. Penelope had always told herself that they're all the friends she needed. Or perhaps she was simply too distracted to bother with any of that today. I wonder if I'll ever see Odysseus. He said he'll drop by again. Ah, yes, the gossip definitely flew by her. But would he really? Should I be seeing him like this? Wouldn't it hurt his chances with Helen? Girl, if only you knew who Helen ended up with. Penelope, great timing. Speak of the devil. This must be pre-Iliad then. Am I dragging him down? But Penelope didn't seem to have noticed the one occupying her head. Penelope? He might end up being called Duck Boy. Oh no, we can't have that. Grease to Penelope. Maybe I should stop seeing him. For his own good? Penelope, quick, help me hide. Ah! Whoa, it's just me. What? Okay, no more questions, just hide me. Okay. As requested, Penelope pulled Odysseus to a bush outside. Guys, surround the bush. As if that's not more suspicious? I mean, I don't know. I guess I would have to see it. She told the ducks, who immediately crowded Odysseus's hiding spot. What's going on? Why are we doing this? We heard someone scream. Just then, two unfamiliar figures sprinted right over to Penelope's direction. Oh, that was me. I, almost tripped. I hope you're fine, the taller man asked with concern. He had chestnut brown hair and amethyst-colored eyes. His body seemed well-built. The other one had short black hair and brown eyes. He had the same stature as Odysseus, or at least seemed to. Both of them were wearing simple white tunics. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking. Good. Oh my god, the ducks around the bush! The black-haired one nodded and then looked around. It didn't really take long for the man to lock on to the peculiar duck bush. Yep, totally not hiding anything there. They were menacing. Is that a fucking JoJo reference? Oh, I accidentally hit right click. The man let out a nervous laughter before turning his attention back to the girl. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to fuck with those ducks either. Yeah, no. Those ducks are bad news. Anyway, have you seen someone pass by here? Our companion, brown hair, about this length. He wanted to gesture around his shoulders, similar to Odysseus's hair. Red eyes. Yeah, scary red eyes, impossible to miss. He added in deadpan. Have you seen him? Her eyes unconsciously trailed over the bush's direction. Quack-a-lie. He passed by. He ran this way. She pointed further along the hallway. Yes, he bumped into me earlier. That's why I screamed. He was the one who made me scream. That part wasn't a lie. The two looked at each other, almost as though they were doubtful. Run along now. You might lose him. Her smile made them step back for a moment. Both nodded before finally following the direction she pointed toward. Ugh, that was nerve-wracking. Sorry that I made you deal with those two. Oh, it's fine. They were nice. They were worried about me. Those jerks. Hey, I'm not scary, am I? No? So yeah, they're jerks. Stupid Ajax. Stupid Antilochus. He nodded to himself sagely. Thanks for cooperating with me back there. I could tell that you struggled with lying. You didn't need to point that out. Why were you running from them anyway? Because they wanted to drag me off to drink in broad daylight. I'm fine if it was only that, but we all know they just wanted to complain about their love life. And they got jumped by Helen like a sad sack of olives, you see. Both of them? She was dating multiple men? Sounds like you three are good friends. She chuckled. Did you even listen to me talk? What part of what I said made it sound like we're friends? Oh, am I being presumptuous? You sounded fond of them, so I thought. It's not like I have friends, so I really wouldn't know. Sorry, I guess I was mistaken. Right. You don't have other friends, huh? You didn't have to point that out. Cue in another duck attack. Ow! Okay, I'm sorry. I was just ruffling her feathers. That's even meaner. Well, you better get used to it. That's how friends are. Sometimes. So you're not exactly wrong about those guys, I guess. Wait. Penelope.exe is loading. Are you implying that we're friends? Huh? Yeah. Aren't we already? I mean, sure, I guess you're a different kind of friend compared to the blockheads who normally surround me. But you're a man, and I'm... Huh? You're friends with ducks. Odysseus spoke in a very monotone voice. Well, yes. So what's wrong with being friends with me? Well, she's not really sure why she kept searching for an excuse. Her social skills were simply non-existent. I mean, you only came here for Helen anyway. As a result, she ended up quacking the first thing from the top of her head. Oh no. Did I just... It's over. Never in her life did she want to disappear so badly. Unfortunately, her legs seemed to have frozen up, so she couldn't even run away. You were worrying about that. Don't laugh. I only came here because I was curious about the most beautiful woman in the world. True that, though. Helen is supposedly so beautiful that people thought she was prettier than the goddesses. And of course, that really fucking pissed them off. Well, no, what was it again? It was... She's the most beautiful mortal woman. That's what it is. Because the whole thing was like, I think Paris was asked to select who he thought was the most beautiful among like 3 goddesses. And he picked Aphrodite. And Aphrodite gave Paris Helen, even though Helen was already married to some other guy. Well, I can't, for the life of me, remember his name. I know it started with an M, I think. But I knew that I stood no chance anyway. I just joined the bandwagon as an excuse to take a vacation. I'm not interested in Helen. I didn't even bring a gift. You should have seen the look on your uncle's face when he learned that I came empty-handed. Not that he accepted any of the other gifts. Really, I'm just a curious onlooker here. Oh. Somehow his words had lifted the burden on her chest. Penelope had never felt this relieved. Wait, why am I relieved? So, are you satisfied now? Well, she wanted to say, it's not like something like this would satisfy me or anything. She's a total tsundere, huh? But she had no but she had no guts to pull off a tsundere act. I love how unserious this game is. Won't you be troubled if you were associated with me? She didn't have the best reputation, after all. And that was putting it lightly. You're worried about that. Let people say what they want, think what they want. If they have any complaints, direct them to the King of Ithaca and see if they'll still talk. Who? Odysseus pointed to himself. Me? I'm the King of Ithaca. Don't tell me you didn't know who you were talking to. Oh, right. Helen's suitors are kings and princes. Of course, Odysseus would be one as well. Helen herself was a daughter of the Spartan king Tyndareus. Or, well, stepdaughter? It's a long story. Even I knew that you're a daughter of Prince Sicarius, at least. Then... She finally continued, biting her lips. Then, if you're fine with being hounded by ducks... Are you kidding? I'm more than okay with these guys. He reached out to one of them and stroked the bird's head. Seeing the gesture, the other ducks began surrounding him, seemingly hoping for a pet as well. I love these guys. Besides, if it weren't for them, we probably wouldn't be talking like this. It's gotten noisy, huh? The young man said quietly. Penelope could only nod, and Odysseus smiled. And that was how we became friends. Ever since then, while the other suitors continued to try and woo Helen, Odysseus would spend time with Penelope instead. The two would just talk, tell each other stories, but mostly play with ducks. Have you heard about Atalanta? Of course I have. She was raised by bears, wasn't she? Correct. Abandoned by her father at birth, raised by bears, and joined a group of hunters. Abandoned by her father? How sad. She was most known for being part of the Caledonian boar hunt, as well as a member of the Argonauts. Argonauts? Didn't you mention that your father was part of that too? You remembered. He was also part of the boar hunt. So you know, he told me this story about that one time Atalanta. Odysseus was especially good at telling stories, and he had a lot to tell. Penelope would always listen to him with keen interest. Whenever they spent their time together, it was almost as if they were in their own world. However, all good things must come to an end. And then too, sir. The number of suitors have significantly dwindled. So he and Ajax. Does that mean once Helen has chosen a husband, Odysseus will have to go home? Ditched us, and we found them. No, wait. I have to go home. Can you believe they did that? It's not like I can bring him home with me. Hold on. Why would I think about bringing him home? You should be thinking about how he can take you home, Penelope. Odysseus' voice was drowned in the sea of her thoughts. Hey, are you listening? When did you get so close? Oh, so you really weren't listening. Guys, she's so mean, right? He turned to the ducks, asking for their validation. See, even Duckmedes agrees. Duckamedes? I think it's Duckamedes. Actually, that little one said, "Don't ask me." And when did he give them names? Recently, Odysseus has been trying to converse with her ducks. Emphasis on trying. He'd get them wrong 99% of the time. Penelope never corrected him, so he probably thought he was getting it right. So, tell me, what's bothering you? Huh? Did the duckies mess your bed this morning? The slander! The ducks flapped their wings in protest. Hey, it's a joke. The ducks seemed offended, but they let his insolence be this time. They're benevolent creatures, after all. Should I tell him? Tell him. It's about Helen. Oh, go on. Do you think she's any closer to picking a suitor? Yeah, my bet is Menelaus. Yeah, that's who she ends up with. I remember now. Told you it started with an M. Oh. Then Odysseus will be going soon. You don't have to worry about your cousin or uncle actually making a choice anytime soon, though. Penelope blinked. Huh? Why? Let's put it this way. What will happen to the other suitors who had put much effort and resources in courting her and her father? Backstab? They would get upset? And they would bear a grudge? Maybe towards Uncle or the one who got picked. You got it. Smart girl. It's not that much. Anyway, is that why Uncle refuses to accept the gifts they brought? Odysseus nodded. Otherwise, it will just fan the flame of the already volatile competition. In addition to that, it's not just your cousin on the line here. The throne of Sparta is also up for grabs through marriage with her. It's more complicated than I initially thought, huh? You're also very much involved in these throne games, you know. What was that? Don't mind me. Okay. So then, is there any chance Helen would pick you? Me? No way. I pretty much don't even exist as far as she's concerned. Didn't I tell you? I came here not expecting anything. But you're... Exit the conversation. Fun, handsome, all of the above. You're fun to be around, you're handsome, and you're also charming. I'm sure many others would want to get close to you. I didn't know you thought that well of me. Although I'd say the opposite is true for others. Most would rather not associate with the King of Ithaca. We are gonna go straight for the romance ending first. Huh? Why? Well, anyway. He laughed nervously. I didn't expect to hear you flirt with me like this. I wasn't... Even your ducks agree. The one time he just had to get them right. Oh, look, it's getting dark. She spoke in quick succession. We have to get going. See you.
Hey, wait!
He followed her and grabbed Penelope as soon as he caught up.
Let me walk you back to your place.
It's okay. I can go on my own. Besides, don't you have other business to attend to?
None at all. That's why I'm offering to walk you back.
Aren't you a king? Don't you have work to do?
I'm on vacation.
I already hear enough nagging back home. As you should. Aw, I thought we were friends. Didn't you say friends can be mean to each other sometimes? You're learning from me, huh? You're supposed to be the nice friend. I can play mean if I want. Then I guess I'll play nice next time. You've always been nice, even when you're being mean. Huh? Oh, really? And then silence. The area where they stood was rather secluded, and since it was getting late, there wasn't really anyone around. Even the ducks in the background remained quiet as they watched. And this is where, like, the ducks shoved them forward together. If their feathery companions could talk, they would have screamed, "Just kiss already!" The awkward silence between them was almost unbearable, if not for the occasional soft whispers of the wind or the frequent chirps of insects. Penelope? Just then, a deep voice broke through the silence. Both their attention immediately snapped toward the new arrival. That must be her uncle or her dad. Father? Penelope froze. The man was of towering height, about a head and a half taller than Odysseus. He had the same hair color as Penelope, with hair tied to the back and length that rested a little past his shoulders. The wrinkles on his face reflected his age, coupled with the bushy facial hair that covered them. His eyes were sharp and unwelcoming, dark and deep blue like the ocean. Oh, Icarius, I... Before Odysseus could finish his words, the man had marched by Penelope's side, pushed Odysseus away, and pulled the girl behind him. The girl quivered at his presence. To untrained eyes, it may seem like the ducks were just being noisy ducks. But to both Penelope and Odysseus, they could tell that the birds had become agitated. They never really liked father. What were you planning to do with my daughter? Hold on. Aren't you the king of Ithaca, Odysseus? Looks like my reputation precedes me. Penelope, we're going. Huh? But... And you, he pointed at Odysseus. Don't come near my daughter again. Prince Icarius immediately pulled his daughter with him, without letting her make a single peep. Yikes. I'm hated, huh? Below, a duck was pecking on his foot. "What's up, little guy? Follow you." The duck waddled. "All right, let's see what's up." Penelope hung her head low throughout their trip back to her room. The father and daughter didn't talk at all until they reached the place.
"Penelope, stay away from that man, you hear?"
Finally, she lifted up her head. Why? Odysseus is... Even though the girl had always obeyed her father, she found herself answering back. Honestly, it took her all just to speak a word in front of him.
"Just listen to me, all right? You know that I want nothing more but your safety."
She flinched. He continued speaking without regard to the girl's words.
"Anyway, it's getting late. I'll send you dinner in a bit, but then you'd better tuck in for the night."
He's not going to listen to whatever I say. The girl pursed her lips and nodded. He's not going to listen, is he? It's better if I comply.
"Now that's a good girl. I'll get you whatever you want once we get home, so just behave yourself."
The man spoke sweetly, but the girl didn't feel comfort from his words. In fact, she felt fear.
"Good night, dear."
And with that, he shut the door. She may not have noticed it herself, but Penelope had held her breath until the man's footsteps had completely disappeared. I wonder how's Odysseus doing? I don't think that's a typo, but once again, it's just a strange English choice. How am I going to face him after that? I love these ducks, man. Oops. Penelope chuckled at the duck's response. Thanks. Yes, I agree he'll brush it off like usual, huh? I do wonder why father was especially hostile toward him. Penelope sat by her bedside and sighed. Earlier, she was just worrying about not seeing Odysseus again because they'd both have to go home eventually. She didn't expect her father to find them the way he did and be opposed to seeing each other completely. He did always try to fend off men from coming near me. Somehow things had gone from not that bad to actually bad. Even though she had other sisters, her father was especially protective of her. I wonder if she's the youngest or the oldest. Probably the youngest. In the eyes of many, Penelope would be considered as Prince Icarius's favorite daughter. Just then, she heard a tapping sound coming from the window. Oh? Why are you outside? One of the ducks was knocking on her window. Penelope got up to let the bird in.
"Down here."
Below was Odysseus, waving at her. Odysseus? She gasped in a hushed voice. The man looked around, making sure that no one was nearby. Is he just gonna, straight up jump? And then started scaling the walls up her room. Odysseus, what are you?
Shh, just keep quiet.
He winked as he climbed up one of the building's pillars.
Phew, actually that was easy.
The man wiped an imaginary sweat off his forehead. What are you doing here? You'll get in trouble if they catch you. He just shrugged.
I always get in trouble. More importantly, I couldn't have left you like that. You look like you were about to cry.
I did?
Yes.
Odysseus nodded, holding out his hands to cup her cheeks.
Even right now, you look like you're about to cry. Now you look red as an apple.
Just pick one. Do you want to be sweet or do you want to tease?
Well, I hope you feel better now.
Thank you for coming over.
It's nothing. If anything, I feel like I'm the one intruding here.
And I apologize about my father. He can be oversensitive sometimes.
Well, he was overbearing. But don't sweat it. Besides, it's not like I haven't heard about him. It's widely known that Prince Icarius dotes on his favorite daughter. I just didn't know that it was you out of your sisters,
he said, playfully booping her nose with his finger. Penelope pushed his hand away. Favorite. Right.
Well, I've got to go before I end up getting busted and kicked out of here.
Odysseus gave the girl a single gentle pat on the head.
If I don't see you at the garden tomorrow, you better get this window ready again.
At that comment, the girl perked up. All right.
There we go. The sunshine smile I wanted to see. Take care of her, guys,
he added, addressing his words to the ducks. And with that, he climbed down from her window. Penelope watched from her room as he waved one last time before scurrying off. Tomorrow I have to figure out how to slip out. Only 3 ducks accompanied her today. 1 cradled in her arms, 2 trailing her from behind. One thing that I'm curious about is, obviously she doesn't live here, right? She came here to visit her uncle and her cousin Helen. I don't know how far the 2 families live apart from each other, like if it's like you can just ride a horse or if you have to take a boat, but I think it's really funny that Penelope went on this trip, and I'm assuming she had to travel by boat, and she decided to just take all her ducks with her onto a boat and come here. And like her dad was just completely fine with it. I mean, she is his favorite, so he probably would have folded easily. We're almost to the garden. The duck was about to quack when Penelope gestures the bird to keep it. I think that one's a typo for sure. Her ducks were usually the noisy lot, so Penelope was never particularly difficult to find. Where there were quacks, the duck girl would be there.
Oh hey, we meet again.
A familiar male voice called out from behind. Penelope turned around to see the tall man and his friend.
Hello there.
Penelope just smiled. She wasn't mistaken, they were Odysseus's friends. Wait, does that make them her friends too? Friends by association? What was that saying? A friend of a friend is a friend of mine too? Just let her dream. I think it's supposed to be the enemy of my enemy, right?
We haven't introduced ourselves, have we? Name's Ajax. This one's...
He pointed to the black-haired man.
Antilochus.
I'm Penelope.
And...
His expression twisted to a grin.
Hey, by any chance do you know an Odysseus?
Oh yes, I'm actually on my way to meet him. Antilochus's expression remained the same poker face, though his brows had noticeably furrowed.
Then you must be the rumored duck girl who's received his attention.
His attention?
I thought it was a joke, but she really is followed by ducks.
He mulled as he eyed her 3 ducky companions.
So it's true. Man, I can't believe that guy. He really went up and switched his targets, huh? I mean, he never did seem interested when he came here. I can never understand what's going on in that guy's head.
Penelope simply watched the 2 talk about Odysseus behind his back. This might be a good chance to ask others about Odysseus. Ask! Fuck it, we ball. Excuse me. Immediately, they stopped talking and turned to the girl. Would you mind telling me about Odysseus? More about him, I mean. Like, what is he like as a king? The two of them look at each other, then back at her.
Huh. Guess that explains why Penelope here even bothers with him. She doesn't know, huh? Poor girl. She probably fell into his trap. He's a bigger scum than I thought.
Why are they suddenly being ominous? The two looked at her with pity. Could you two elaborate?
Oh, right. Do you know why the title King of Ithaca sends shivers down people's spines?
It does?
Odysseus doesn't seem the type to send shivers. It's not because Ithaca is a big, strong region. In fact, Ithaca is just a small island over the sea from here. So they don't have many trade routes. It's far, the island is small, there isn't much worth conducting business over there.
Sounds like they have it hard there.
Oh yes, they do. Ithaca isn't notorious for its strength or riches. Ithaca became notorious for its trickster king.
Penelope blinked. Trickster king?
Ajax nodded. Back then, many were against Odysseus taking over the throne since he was young, but one day, the opposition disappeared. It didn't help that Ithaca was a far-off island, so news about the happenings there took a while to travel to the other islands. By the time news spread, the stories had already been twisted, so no one could really tell what really went on.
Those who displeased
Odysseus were said to just disappear. Nobody knows what he pulled, but he also managed to convince big merchants to conduct business with Ithaca. We tried asking him, but he'd often dodge the question. That guy is careful, even when he's drunk. I swear, everything he does is calculated.
The Odysseus I know doesn't sound like that at all. He's honest, kind and fun. He can be mean sometimes, but he means well.
Who? Him? Honest?
He sounded like he was holding back his laughter.
He's one of the biggest liars we know,
Antilochus added bluntly.
He's also cranky and sarcastic. The only one I can probably agree with is that he's fun.
Okay, ads have started on Twitch. I don't need to go to the bathroom just yet. So, you know what? We are gonna go... I don't think we can look... Oh, we can look at the lore here. Oh my god! Okay, I'm gonna read through some of these. We've unlocked a couple of them. Hey, we're gonna start... I'm assuming this is sorted alphabetically, so I'm just gonna start top to bottom. Ajax the Great and Antilochus, son of King Nestor. Both men were suitors to Helen and both also participated in the Trojan War. Ajax was known for his large build and strength, while Antilochus was known for his beauty, swiftness, and skill with the chariot. In this visual novel, they're drinking buddies of Odysseus. Do they actually get along? Penelope thinks they do. Odysseus is in denial. The Argonauts, heroes who gathered by Odysseus' cousin Jason aboard the ship called Argo, on a fetch quest to prove himself worthy for the throne of Iolcus. I don't know how to pronounce that. The band of heroes was known to have accomplished many feats and adventures across land and sea. Among them was Laertes, Odysseus' father, as well as Atalanta, princess of Acadia. Atalanta was part of, what is this? Caledonian boar hunt. A classical monster-slaying myth, according to the legends, King Oeneus neglected to offer tributes to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. To punish this transgression, she sent the Caledonian boar to devastate the countryside. The king summoned heroes to vanquish the beast, and Atalanta was one of those who answered his call. Odysseus' father, Laertes, was also a participant of this hunt. Then we got Greek vases. I don't know where we unlocked this. Oh, you know what? It's interesting. I didn't notice that little detail that they're the same colors as the vases. Ancient Greek vases had a special painting technique which gave them red, orange, and black colors. They were the inspiration for the aesthetic of the NPC's silhouettes. That's interesting. Okay, Carius. not to be mistaken with Icarus. Prince Icarius ruled Sparta alongside his brother, King Tyndareus. He's also known as a champion foot racer who had supposedly never lost a match. Doted on his daughter Penelope, the Ducks don't have a favorable impression of this man. Okay, so if they both rule Sparta, then I guess they're like within like travel distance. Like, I don't think they had carriages back then, did they? Oh, thank you for the hydrate imposture. Do they travel by chariot? Because I'm just trying to think about how Penelope and all her sisters would like travel. And maybe they had some sort of like carriage back then. Okay, what else do we have? Infanticide. Oh, I love learning about infanticide. In ancient Greece, the killing of your offspring was frowned upon and was seen as a barbarous act. However, exposure was accepted, an act of deserting the child, be it in a forest, roadside, or someone else's front door. Whether the child survives or not would be up to fate. It seemed that there were loopholes to this, such as exposure to the sea. Yet if fate willed it, one's life shall be spared even from such a workaround. Ithaca. The kingdom Odysseus ruled. Ithaca was a small, sunny little island with rugged roads unsuitable for horses, so they used donkeys for transportation instead. They grew corn and produced wine, and they also cared for cattle, goats, and swine. It's a quaint, unremarkable little country, but somehow its name was known far and wide. Okay, I think we're about halfway through the entries I unlocked. Laertes. Odysseus' father, the former king of Ithaca, and an Argonaut who participated in the Caledonian boar hunt. He was married to Anticlea and was known as a loyal husband to his wife. He feared the thought of upsetting her. In the Odyssey, Odysseus' final stop was the home of his old father, who was tending to his garden. The long-lost son decided to test his father and pretended to be a traveler who was in search of his old friend, Odysseus. Laertes ended up sobbing at the thought of the son he had lost. Odysseus felt bad for tricking his father and ended up revealing his true identity, leading to a father-son reunion. I still think one of the saddest moments in the Odyssey is with the dog. I can't remember its name, but with the dog, that killed me. That one scene killed me. Menelaus. Spoilers! Menelaus won Helen's hand in marriage. He was also the brother of Agamemnon, the king of... I don't know how to pronounce that. Mycenae? I don't know. Which had one of the largest forces in the Greek camp during the Trojan War. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, Helen's half-sister. We don't talk about what happened to their marriage. I think there are different interpretations between what happened with Helen and Paris and like Argos or Argus. Yeah, I think that was the dog's name. But like I think there's always multiple different interpretations for what happens in these myths. Because I think there's like different interpretations for whether our Helen actually liked Paris or whether it was completely because of Aphrodite's interference, and then whether or not her and Menelaus made up afterwards. Oh, I fucked up my water bottle. Okay, we're fine now. Olives! Tomatoes didn't arrive in Greece until after the 15th century, while potatoes were only brought in during the 18th century. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. So we get sad sacks of olives instead. Later in the Odyssey, Penelope tested Odysseus by telling him that she'll have their bed moved. Oh, right, yeah. Odysseus protested, arguing that it'd be impossible as he had carved it out of the trunk of a living olive tree himself, something only the two of them knew about. Thus, he proved his identity as her husband, Odysseus. The olive tree was a symbol of their enduring, immovable marriage. Olives are also a symbol of Athena, if I remember correctly. Like, it's one of her things. Sparta, the setting of this story. While Sparta was very well known for its military might, Penelope and Odysseus' era was before the militarization of the city-state. The Sparta was ruled by the brothers Tyndareus and Icarius. Then we have the swan. According to myth, Zeus took a liking to Helen's mother and disguised himself as a swan. I think if we had like $1 for every time Zeus took the form of an animal and like assaulted some woman, we would have a lot of dollars. Because the only other one, like I'm sure there's many more, but the only one I can think off the top of my head is with this as a swan, and then another time I think he like changed into a horse to catch a woman who was like running away from him. Was that Zeus or was that Poseidon? I can't remember. Someone turned into a horse and then assaulted a woman. I don't know, man. Greek gods are weird sometimes. Helen was said to be Zeus's daughter with Tyndareus' wife, making her the Spartan king's stepdaughter. Her mother supposedly laid 2 eggs. Helen was born from one of them, together with her brother Pollux. The other egg hatched her sister Clytemnestra, and her other brother Castor. The ducks aren't fond of Helen. Oh, they don't like her either. Okay, then we've got Teucer, younger half-brother of Ajax the Great. He was known for his skill in archery. In battle, it was said that he would often position himself behind his big brother, who carried an enormous shield. He's also currently here in Sparta, vying for Helen's hand. Then we have Tyndareus. Tyndareus was a king of Sparta and father of Helen, also renowned as Helen of Troy, the face that launched 1,000 ships. Or not. It was said that Helen's true father was Zeus. Tyndareus was at a loss with what to do with the suitors who wished for his daughter's hand in marriage until Odysseus gave him a helping hand. Oh, yes, that's what it was. Poseidon turned into a stallion to pursue a mate with the goddess Demeter. Yeah, it was just like... They did very questionable things in the myths. Okay, then we have Witch. I don't know where we unlocked this lore from. Oh, right, because someone jokingly called Helen no, not Helen, Penelope a witch because all these ducks were following her. Witch, sorceress, enchantress, these powerful women could cast spells and brew magical potions that could fell even the mightiest of men. Among them was Circe, a powerful witch goddess from the mythical island of... How do you even pronounce that? Aea? I don't know. According to the Odyssey, she had tamed wild animals such as wolves and lions as if they were house pets when Odysseus' men encountered her. Later on, she turned his men into pigs. It is debatable whether or not she could tame ducks. I only just noticed that that is an SKA emote. That is so cute. He looks so cute in there. But yeah, I don't know, man. Some of these some of these stories are just I don't know what to think about them. Anyways, we're back here. We asked these two about Odysseus and they talked about how he's a liar and he's not a great person. He makes the most entertaining stories. He added in agreement. Looks like you're all having fun without me. Don't scare me like that, man. Didn't you say some weeks back that my eyes were scary? So fear me. Holy! Do you have ears everywhere? He muttered. They don't know he was hiding in the duck bush. I just happened to hear it. Yes, and I was there. He really did just happen to hear it. His two other friends just stared at each other uncomfortably. It's not like they knew that he really did just coincidentally hear it, but they seemed convinced that he might have had other means. Anyway, nice meeting you, Penelope. He held out his hand. And in turn, Penelope returned his handshake. It was nice knowing you too. Antilochus was next. Penelope also shook his hand as soon as she finished with Ajax. Let's drink tonight, Odysseus. He waved before leaving with Antilochus. Odysseus sighed. They didn't trouble you, did they? Not at all. Like I said before, they were nice.
I'm glad you're making more friends.
Well, I figured since they're your friends, then they're mine too.
How could you be so cute?
Well, wait, what?
What's mine is yours, is it? I guess I don't mind if it's you. You can take anything of mine.
What? Why is he suddenly so relentless? Let's just go.
Okay, come here.
He held out his hand to her. Take his hand! Take it! Penelope pursed her lips and took up Odysseus's offer. They're so cute together, guys. His hands were large and warm. She could tell that he practiced weapons. Her father's hands had the same roughness to them. I'd like to see how he wields them. Does he use swords, or perhaps he practices archery? I think he does both from what I remember. She thought to herself.
All right, let's go,
he exclaimed with a bright and cheerful voice. She couldn't help but smile. The girl stared at their linked hands. Actually, I'd like to see him when he's working, or how he's like when he's with other friends. I'd like to see the other sides of him. All this just to say you like him as a friend? Hell no. I'm in love with him, aren't I?
I've been meaning to ask, where are your other duckies?
Hi, Annie. How are you doing?
Usually you have about 10 of them trailing you,
he said, watching the three waddle away into their own corner, as though giving the two some space. Huh? I left them back in my room.
Are you feeling well? You're looking really red today.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Uh-huh.
He took her hand to pull her closer. The young man then placed a hand over her forehead. Too close! Too close!
You're looking redder by the minute. Maybe we should call it a day for now and have you rest.
It's, Maybe he's right. My thoughts are all jumbled right now. But I do want to spend more time with him.
Huh.
Suddenly, Odysseus carried the girl in his arms. The three ducks who were off on their own must have heard the girl squeal, so they waddled back to the two.
Don't worry, guys. I'm just taking her back to your place. I'm glad you agree.
Actually, they told you to put me down. It's fine. He's just worried. She addressed the ducks.
Well then, let's get you back.
I hope no one sees us like this.
There we go. Careful now.
As soon as she set foot in her room, the ducks surrounded her like children greeting their mother. Yes, I'm back. I hope you all behaved yourselves. She bent down and stroked each one of the ducks that approached her. Penelope then turned her attention back to Odysseus. Thank you for helping me up.
Better than you getting into an accident climbing up here. I'll just drop by again tomorrow to pick you up.
Oh, actually, maybe not tomorrow. I, would like to take the day off. Yes, that's it.
Alright, I guess you don't exactly look well right now.
She nodded a little too enthusiastically. He proceeded to ruffle her head.
Get that well-deserved rest. Next time, I'd like to hear about you.
Me?
I want to know about... Ha! I want to know more about you too, you know.
Oh, well, there's nothing interesting about me.
Really? A girl who can understand duck language is not interesting?
There's not much I can tell you about that. Fine, I promise. I'll think of something.
Great. Looking forward to that. I guess, see you all the day after tomorrow.
Bye. Each bird said their goodbyes, too. Odysseus gave one of the ducks a head pat before climbing back down. Penelope maintained a smile until he's really gone. And then she just collapsed on her bed. Children, what do I do? I think I'm in love with Odysseus. At one of the ducks' replies, she quickly sat up from the bed. What? You knew?
Who threw something at me? 5B?
The bird replied as a matter of factly. It's obvious. But that can't be. I only fell in love today. The other one replied, unamused. What do you mean I fell in love at first sight? Hearts in my eyes? That's why you all urged me to talk to him. Have you been playing matchmaker all along? They played as her literal wingmen. I can't believe the ducks figured it out before I did. She plopped backward and buried her face on the bed, and then screamed to her heart's content. After a short moment of wallowing in self-induced despair, the girl started up an important meeting with her ducks. So, I'm in love. What now? There's no way Odysseus would like me back. Tell me what? Ow! Suddenly one of the ducks slapped her with its wing. Get yourself together, Penelope! Yes, you're right. Once Helen chooses a suitor, it might be unlikely for us to see each other again. And I could regret this forever. But what do I do? Excuse me? Find his weakness? Knowing your enemy is the first rule in love and war? No pain, no gain. Sounds foul. Reasonable? Bro, I don't know. I'm gonna have to save because I don't actually know. I mean, we want to know more about him. The next day. There he is, she whispered while hiding behind a pillar. He was accompanied by Ajax and Antilochus. You did well finding him. It sure is convenient being able to access the skies. This time she had only one duck accompanying her. Operation Odysseus Survey commence. Have you received reports from the others? Oh good. Make sure to report if anyone else is nearby. The bird did a salute, somehow. Penelope nodded, before finally turning her attention back to Odysseus and friends. I didn't really think this through. What exactly are we looking for here? Meanwhile,
I'm surprised that you agreed to hang out with us today. We never see you lately. Well, I'd rather not see your ugly mugs.
Man, you're always so mean. Ajax put out an annoyingly sly smile on his face.
Oh, I get it. You got dumped by Penelope, didn't you?
She barely managed to keep herself from making a sound.
Looks like you got it right.
Antilochus clapped unenthusiastically.
Welcome to the club.
He wrapped an arm around Odysseus' neck.
Tonight, we drink. Your treat, of course.
Odysseus pulled away from Ajax whilst wearing a very annoyed expression. Which, by the way, was the first time for Penelope to see from him. He's usually smiling around me, so I never see him this upset.
I didn't get dumped, you little shits, he hissed. Just mind your own business. Instead of prying into my affairs, shouldn't you worry about the one you're actually courting?
Is it just me, or does he sound different? Ajax just chuckled once again, making an annoying expression. One that screams, "Sure, you didn't just get dumped."
If it make you shut your trap. She wasn't feeling well yesterday, so she's resting today.
But she looked fine yesterday. Antilochus broke his silence only to land a critical hit.
Yikes, she was obviously avoiding you then. Big oof, man. Still up for that drink?
Bring back Big Oof. I really liked using it. Why do we not use it anymore? You know, I have to be the change I want to see in the world. I have to add Big Oof back to my vocabulary. His tone was definitely not consoling. He was rubbing it in Odysseus's face. And Penelope wasn't picking any of their not-so-subtle jabs at him. Exactly. They weren't wrong, though. She wanted to avoid him because she needed to collect her thoughts.
Look.
He scratched the back of his head.
There's nothing going on between us. We're just friends.
So he only thinks of me as a friend. Of course. What else did I expect? Ajax and Antilochus blinked. That's an unusual friendship, especially coming from you.
In retrospect, I also do wonder why I'm even friends with you two.
I wonder that too.
You're a terrible person.
Antilochus raised a hand.
I also wonder about that. You two are terrible people. Well, I guess we're just stuck with each other. A bunch of terrible guys. Let's drink our sorrows away. You really don't plan on dropping that, do you?
Thank you for the head pats. I wonder if I should find a new cow purring sound, because maybe I could find a better one. I'm not sure.
Hey, any day is a good day to drink. Especially when we're celebrating the pain of someone else.
Terrible human indeed.
Less than human. More like trash.
You guys are mean.
That's what friends are for.
Are you like that to poor Penelope too, then? Well, he also is mean to me sometimes. But he's nice most of the time.
She said I'm nice even when I'm being mean to her.
He said as a matter of factly. The two stare at him in disgust.
What?
He snarled, obviously annoyed by their sudden silence.
Oh, I was just trying to imagine you being nice.
But you're scary when you're acting nice.
You shitheads. I'm not acting. At least not in front of her. I'm nice to her because she makes me want to be nice. If I'm being too shitty to the two of you, it's because you two are shitheads.
So, he's only being nice to me.
You disgusting two-faced trickster. Empty-headed brute. Biggest scum of Greece. Good-for-nothing drunkard.
I've been forgotten. Somehow watching them like that could only make Penelope smile. The Odysseus in front of her right now was different from the one she knew. She liked him even more now. But she didn't dislike it. In fact, it was endearing. So he could be cranky like that. Cute. Oh, we have to
move. Hey, we have a stray over here.
Forgotten Antilochus seemed to have slipped away at some point and had grabbed her by the wrist from behind. Of course, she had been busted. Everyone had seen this coming, right?
Penelope?
Hi? This little one says hi too.
She's interpreting the duck. That's precious.
He definitely was thinking that she's just making a guess. Penelope had forgotten that only Odysseus had known about her ability to communicate with ducks, and that no one ever believes her when she says she could understand them. She retreated behind her veil, embarrassed. He marched over to Antilochus and pulled off his hand from Penelope's.
Sorry. Don't tease her,
he said bluntly. Ajax and Antilochus suddenly pursed their lips.
Sorry about those two. They don't have tact. Hey! Do you have anything to say?
No, nothing, he said quietly, pursing his lips again. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm fine.
Good.
He placed his hands over her shoulders and gently pushed her with him.
So, we're going now. Looks like she was feeling well after all.
Huh? But... The duck also chimed in, confused.
Already, but I'd like to have a chat with the little lady. You know, have a drink, get to know each other. I always thought that you're rather pretty.
He winked at Penelope. What? She let out a tiny squeak, flustered. Odysseus frowned.
No.
Odysseus stood before the girl protectively.
Antilochus is fine, but Ajax is just going to make her feel uncomfortable.
Thanks for the vouch. Antilochus raised a thumbs up.
Why just me? Figure it out yourself.
He sneered.
Let's just go.
Odysseus whispered close to her ear. The girl felt his warm breath pass her cheeks. Her face flushed while she tried to hide with her veil, so she just ended up nodding. Having seen her confirm, Odysseus took her hand and pulled her along. And the two, plus the duck, left.
What just happened?
Antilochus shrugged.
We got ditched.
I think the ship will sail.
I'm betting on it sinking.
Really are a terrible friend.
Either way, I do wish them luck.
Penelope had covered her face all throughout the walk to the garden. Her head was swimming with thoughts. Was he angry over her lying about not feeling well? Was he upset that she was listening in on them? Will this be the end of their friendship? Obviously not, but she couldn't help but be consumed by her anxiety.
Breathe.
Suddenly they stopped, and that was all Odysseus said.
Breathe,
he repeated. The second one made Penelope snap out of her trance and had her take a deep breath.
That's it. In and out. Just relax.
Following his voice, the girl managed to calm down after a couple of more sessions.
There we go. You look so pale for a moment there, you know.
She could only hang her head low. I'm sorry for trailing you.
Huh. I was planning to drop that topic and pretend it never happened.
The girl shook her head. No, that was wrong of me, wasn't it?
Well, it doesn't bother me much. Or I guess it does. You saw that, didn't you?
Huh. Shit, that was embarrassing. Huh?
I was in a terrible mood. People say I get really cranky when I do.
You were.
Shit, you really did see.
Well, I thought you were cute.
What?
I found you cute? I saw a new side of you and I found it endearing.
Well,
That shut him up. I wonder if I should... I'm gonna save, but... Confess! I love you. Odysseus immediately looked up. Huh? I said I love you. I think I've fallen in love with you. I know you just think of me as a friend, but I want you to know how I feel. Because I know I'd regret it if I... Suddenly he threw his arms around her.
how are you able to always make me this happy? I thought I had no chance.
What?
I couldn't make a read of you. You seem so happy to have friends, so I thought it'd be fine to stay that way. I didn't want to ruin it for you.
Odysseus. It's funny. I thought the same. I thought I had no chance with you and that you only saw me as a friend. Odysseus then finally let her go.
Well, birds of a feather.
I suppose.
So,
What now?
I talked to your father to arrange our engagement, I guess.
Oh dear. Right. There's no way he'd approve of this. Especially when I've been disobeying him. He did ask her to stop meeting with Odysseus, which was exactly what she's doing now.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Penelope looked up. You would?
I've got this. You have nothing to worry about. So, don't cry. You cry easily, huh?
It's not my fault. My mother was a water nymph, so I can't help it.
Oh, is that how it works?
I think.
Is that why you can talk to ducks too?
Cue and the duck chiming from the background. You know, that could make a little bit of sense. They said Penelope is Penelope, so she can talk to ducks. Never mind. I'm hardly the only child of a water nymph, so...
Then I guess we'll leave it at that. Either way, I'm glad to learn something new about you.
Oh, right. I did promise to talk about myself.
There's just something we have to agree on, though. I'd like to bring you home to Ithaca.
Huh? You don't want to stay here? And this time, it was more common for the man to move in with the woman rather than the other way around. And in turn, the man will inherit the throne from his wife's father. Odysseus was practically relinquishing his right to the Spartan throne.
Well, I'd like to make you the queen of Ithaca instead. I only have a sister. And my father has already retired, so I'd like to continue being their king. I hope you understand. I know I might be asking a lot, since it would mean that you will be away from your family and friends. Oh wait, you don't have the latter.
It's fine. The way he just keeps poking at that, though, that she has no friends but the ducks. Penelope pouted, but she answered almost immediately, ignoring the extra comment. I'm actually not close to my father or siblings. Besides, I'll have you.
Well, if you say so. I wouldn't have thought, though. I mean, your father is quite attached to you.
Well, this and that.
I guess that's a story for another time, then. Either way, you have no idea how happy I am right now.
Not happier than I am.
Okay, fine. You win. You'll always be the winner in my book.
And thus Odysseus was granted Prince Icarius' approval to marry Penelope. Together, they lived happily ever after. The end. As if it were that easy.
Absolutely not, the towering man roared. You're not giving me a chance. You alone are enough trouble, but you wish to bring her to Ithaca as well. That is out of the question.
As he had promised Penelope, Odysseus tried to negotiate with her father for her hand. But it obviously wasn't going well.
That's not fair.
He huffed.
Didn't you at least challenge her other suitors? I'm willing to take that bet as well. No means no. Give it up, Odysseus. I'm not giving you my daughter. But she wants this. We love each other.
He spoke in all seriousness.
Ugh!
He waved his hand dismissively.
That poor child is naive. She knows nothing of the world. I'm only doing what's best for her.
Then why don't you tell her that then? Tell her why we're a terrible match. Tell her all the lies I poured on her.
Make her reevaluate her decision if you can.
I'm willing to wait, no matter how long.
And if she doesn't change her mind after that, no means no. Just give her up. This ends our negotiation.
Without letting Odysseus have another word in, the man turned around and left.
I didn't expect much, but man, what a shitty old man. How is someone like that Penelope's father? He's just pushing what he wants. I mean, sure, Ithaca's a backwater province. We have goats and sheep walking around our palace. But Penelope wouldn't mind, right? Right? You agree, don't you?
The bird flapped its wings.
I have no idea what you're saying.
He laughed to himself.
Now then, I don't want to disappoint her. And I'm sure that shitty old man's not going to say a word to her. That or he'll tell her that I'm dumping her or some shit like that.
The duck patted him on the leg.
I'm guessing you're consoling me. Thanks, buddy. Now then, I have a job for you.
He bent down to the duck's level. It had been 2 days since Penelope had seen Odysseus. The girl hadn't left her room since then. If anything, she was just hoping for any form of news from him, which was why she had left one of her ducks with him. I'm nervous. I wonder if he managed to convince father. You're right. I should trust in him, she said to herself. But knowing father, he'll likely do that, won't he? It's not the first time I've had a suitor. Not that I've ever actually met any of them. But I've heard that a number of men had come for my hand in marriage before, and father refused them all. A weird duck girl she may be, Penelope was still a daughter of the king, so it was no wonder that there were still those who would flock to her. By challenging them to a foot race. You believe that Odysseus can win? Yes. I hope he can pull through. Just then, a duck came through her window. Really? He did it? That's what he told you to say. What does that mean? The duck shrugged. He said to just trust in him. Trust him. Then I will.
Why did you call me out here? I don't know who's speaking. King of Ithaca, if you're planning to use my niece, you'd better think twice. I tell you now, it would not bode well. You will only generate the ire of my brother. Darius, what kind of greeting is that? Cat got your tongue. You've suddenly gone quiet there. I really do despise talking with you. As do I. Though your concern is wholly unnecessary, because your brother does seem to hate me already. But I must admit I dislike him even more. There was one thing you got absolutely wrong, though. I'm not using Penelope, but whether you believe me or not is up to you.
Tyndareus lifted his brow, as if expressing doubt in Odysseus's words.
I know what you're thinking, that I'm trying to get close to Penelope to get to Helen, yes? Or perhaps that Penelope is the perfect consolation prize next to the unattainable Helen. Is that not what you are truly after? You, not bringing any gift, not showing any interest, not making a move. They are all uncharacteristic for the cunning trickster of Ithaca. Believe what you will, but I am not interested in Helen. She simply isn't my type. And I assure you I have no interest in the Spartan throne either. You have guts talking about my daughter like that. The more reason for you to believe this supposed liar, yes? If I just wanted to get on your good side, I'd be flattering you to no end. You. Well, I wouldn't want you near Helen anyway. The feeling's mutual. Your past words would have been enough to launch 100 ships. But you wouldn't, right? See? Of course I'm right. I'm always right. I must admit your hubris is unbelievable. Why, thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I'll take it as one anyway.
The other king clicked his tongue. It wasn't difficult to notice that he was annoyed. Or rather, he wasn't even trying to hide that he was annoyed. He wanted Odysseus to know that he was.
Enough idle chatter. I called you out here to make a deal. I'm not making any deals with a trickster like you. Even if it's beneficial for the both of us. The fact that you bothered coming here means that you are interested. Look, I can provide you the solution for your daughter's suitors and strengthen your position as king while we're at it. I assure you this is worth your while. So fancy to listen to me first before you make any rash decisions.
Tyndareus took a sharp breath. For a moment he stood in silence, as if considering the other's offer. It had been a while since the first suitors arrived, and the tension had been at its peak. Sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to stall them any longer. At worst, blood might stain his halls. The trickster's offer might just be his final hope.
Very well. Listen. I will only listen. Good enough for me. I know of your plight. You're afraid to choose a suitor for Helen, yes? Because picking one could easily offend the others.
The man let out a grunt. It was an unconscious confirmation. Odysseus simply continued, ignoring the reaction.
I could offer you a solution. In exchange, I only ask that you take my side and give me aid to help me win over Penelope.
The older man blinked.
Hold on. You're actually serious about my niece. That dull girl who smells up ducks.
That is quite rude, sir. I have to reset my tracking. Why is everyone hating on Penelope and her ducks? Like, literally, she's not hurting anybody. I don't see the big deal about it.
Who are you calling dull?
Tyndareus flinched.
Even if you are her uncle, I wouldn't be so keen on letting that go by. Oh, I apologize.
A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead.
Why then? Why are you so pressed on pursuing her? Is it not obvious? I've fallen in love with her. That's... You're serious? What, am I not allowed to fall in love? Well, no, I mean... Why her? That's none of your business, old man. Oh. For a moment there, Odysseus noticeably faltered. However, your brother doesn't seem like he'd let his favorite daughter go. He shrugged. I wish to take her with me to Ithaca. If I do, that means one less contender for the throne, yes? After all, whoever marries the Spartan princesses will have the right to the throne. As of now, Tyndareus and Icarius shared the throne as brothers. But Odysseus was essentially forfeiting his claim by choosing to take Penelope away to Ithaca. This meant that he's reducing Icarius' potential heirs, consolidating more power for Tyndareus. So, I take your niece, while you get to solve your daughter's suitor woes, and as a bonus, your family's position on the throne is strengthened. All intentions are clear. Everyone wins, no? Except for your brother, but I don't like him anyway. Tyndareus bit his lips. Indeed, that man offered him nothing but benefits. Unless he had an ulterior motive to taking Penelope's hand, there really wasn't any downside to this. The worst that could come from this was earning Icarius' desire for taking the side of this insolent man. But that was a small price to pay compared to everything Odysseus was offering.
Then, let us hear it. How do you intend to pick a suitor for my daughter without causing infighting?
I'll take that as a deal, then. I'd like to hear a yes. Tyndareus fell silent, as if weighing his options. After a short moment of silence, he finally spoke.
Yes, very well. You have yourself a deal, an oath. I will help you get married to my niece, Penelope, if you can ensure my daughter's safe betrothal.
Good choice. The solution is simple. Another oath. Announce that Helen will be the one to make the decision. Before she does, make them carry out an oath. That they must respect her decision, and that all the other suitors must protect the one she chooses. If one is to bring harm to her or her chosen partner, then they will face the wrath of all who had made the oath. I doubt anyone is stupid enough to risk it. And even if anyone is actually that foolish, then you will have everyone who made the oath as your ally. I'll run you through the finer details, but this should solve everything, no?
Tyndareus nodded along. In short, they will have to pledge an oath if they wish to be one of the candidates for Helen. And when one is chosen among the candidates, everyone who made the pledge will become allies with the princess and her spouse. It was a method that forces her suitors to become allies with each other. On the surface, the oath has good intent. There's no reason not to take it. Yet, breaking their pledge would only paint them in bad light, but also earn them the ire of all.
Yes, the older king mulled. Goodness, what a simple plan. Why hadn't I thought of that?
He spoke to himself in awe.
Well then, let me gather some materials to take down your instructions. I'll be right back.
The man suddenly sounded much more energetic than how he was just a moment ago. As if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders.
Of course, I'll be waiting here.
And he watched the man walk off.
He's so easy. Whatever happened to not wanting to make a deal with the trickster? I hope
I was trying to figure out that's his name for another one of the ducks. They literally just took Achilles and put a quack in front of it.
I hope Achilles has delivered my message. Everything is going according to plan.
For the next few days, Penelope didn't see Odysseus. They did keep exchanging messages through her ducks. Apparently, King Tyndareus had made a move, so the whole palace became abuzz with activity. It was something about conducting a ritual for an oath which involved all of her suitors. Unfortunately, this also involved Odysseus's mandatory attendance. Even though he had thrown the towel with Helen, he was still masquerading as her suitor so that he could continue leeching off, staying at their place as a guest. Isn't that one of like the big reasons why you would want to be a guest here? It's the same thing that happened when Odysseus went away to war for a long time. Because the same thing happened. He went to war for 10 years, then it took him like another 10 years to make it home after the war. And during that time, they were trying to marry off Penelope because they thought Odysseus is dead, so now that they need a new king. And so everyone who was trying to marry Penelope basically leached off of their place. And they were like feasting there every day, drinking all the alcohol, and they had to like slaughter a lot of animals to feed them all. I just remember there was a passage where like Telemachus was basically talking about how like they would like eventually maybe run out of like supplies if things kept going this way. Not long after that, Helen had finally chosen a husband. And just as Odysseus had guessed, it was some guy named Menelaus. With Helen now finally engaged, it should have been time for everyone to return home, right? But that was not the case. King Tyndareus invited everyone to stay for a little while longer, for an event he and a certain collaborator had planned.
So, yeah, that's pretty much the case.
Let me get this straight. You've cut a deal with Uncle to help with Helen's engagement so that he'd vouch to father for you.
Pretty much.
And you solved the problem he's had for months in just a few days.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. This is...
I can do anything if I put my mind to it. Come on, praise me. See? Duckomedes gets it.
The little one said you have a terrible ego. But I should probably keep quiet on that.
Still, your father sure is stubborn. I got Tyndareus to talk to him about handing you over, but he wouldn't settle for it without me beating him in a foot race.
I'm sorry about that.
Don't be. I'm more frustrated over not being able to take you home sooner. I just can't wait to have you see Ithaca already. Then we can stroll along the seaside, tour around the market, and I'll treat you to some of our special delicacies.
So, you have work to do?
Why do you have to remind me of that?
I'll be your wife, so... Isn't it my responsibility to keep you in line?
Wife. Right. Wife. This still feels like a dream.
And if this were really just a dream? It's a dream I wouldn't want to wake up from. The two spoke in unison. They stared at each other and then laughed.
Even Aphrodite would have winced at that, huh?
You started it.
No, you.
It was you. The duck then waddled off somewhere. It wasn't difficult to translate that one. I'll give you two some space.
Anyway, the race should be in 3 days. Your uncle and I have talked it over, and he will be sponsoring the event, so your father can't make excuses to get away from it. Lest he will make a fool of his brother.
I guess Uncle is one of the only people Father couldn't easily oppose. I mean, your dad's a prince, your uncle is the actual king, is he not?
Tyndareus said he'll save you and the ducks the best seat in the stadium, so I'd better hear you cheer me on.
I can watch?
Why do you sound surprised?
Father never lets me watch his races.
Oh, it's your first time then. It'll be a feast for your eyes. You'll enjoy it.
I'm looking forward to the event then. Odysseus and Penelope continued to meet for the next 3 days, though their meetings had been brief since the young man was training for the race. Icarius, Penelope's father, made himself scarce. From the rumors she had heard, it seemed that he was upset over his brother taking Odysseus' side. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. So, this is the venue of the race. The guard said Odysseus should be this way. Come, let's go say hi. She smiled, trailed by no less than 10 ducks from behind. Odysseus, Huh? Why are you...
Is he, like, shirtless? Cover your eyes. Censor. Stare respectfully. Don't you dare censor. No, fuck it.
Ah! I'm sorry. Are you changing right now?
Oh, you're here. Why would I censor this? Wait, you didn't know? This is why her dad didn't want her to watch the races, because it's a bunch of shirtless men.
Didn't know what?
Foot races are done naked. No, don't censor me. Even your old man will be out there with his chest bare and proud.
I guess I need to get used to it.
Yeah, you'd better. You're coming home with me, remember?
You have a point.
That said, she didn't really think Odysseus would be well-toned underneath his clothes. Oh my god, where are we fucking zooming in, guys? Where are we going? Are we just staring? Because I don't think I hit the UI.
It made sense, though, since kings were typically trained for battle, thus they go through rigorous routines.
When I said you'd better get used to it, I didn't mean to admire me.
I can't?
Of course you can.
Her sight caught a noticeable mark on his leg. Oh, from the boar! Looking closer, it seemed to be an old wound.
What are you looking at?
Odysseus traced her line of sight.
Ah, that. It's a wound I got from a boar hunt. Pretty nasty, ain't it?
Penelope could only shake her head. It looked like it would have been painful.
I was 15 back then, just a little before I inherited the throne.
Oh, I didn't notice that the ads have started. Okay, I will pause and wait. I gotta pee anyway, so I will be back.
Oh my lord.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I just forgot that you guys were probably staring at a knee for like a minute. Okay. Oh, so are you good at hunting? Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Of course I'm good at hunting.
What about bows? Swords?
I'd say I'm pretty handy with the bow. I even have one that only I could string. Between you and me, it has a little secret to it, so brute force won't cut it. You're quite talkative today, though, aren't you?
Well, I guess I'm just nervous. What if you lose?
I won't.
How can you be so sure?
Because I make things happen. I told you, didn't I? I can do anything if I put my mind to it.
I wish I could be more like you. When you say something, you really make it sound believable. It's no wonder I fell in love with you.
It scares me how straightforward you can get sometimes. But, let me tell you, you don't have to be like me. I like you for being you. So, just keep being yourself. Even if you strive to grow, you're free to find your own path. You don't have to copy me. You can be strong in your own way. You are strong in your own way.
Thanks.
Well,
In here I thought I couldn't love you even more.
you're relentless today. I do hope you'll keep finding more reasons to keep loving me more and more.
We'll see.
Whatever happened to that adorable, dense little lady I once knew?
Penelope turned around, ready to leave. She fell in love. Penelope sat by the special area that her uncle had provided. It was right down the stadium, practically front row seats to the race. Even her ducks were given a special seating. Odysseus mentioned before that he got her uncle to procure the best duck bedding they could find in Greece. I think I'm going to turn the music down just a little bit. While happy that Odysseus cared for them so much, Penelope honestly thought that it was overboard. Still, seeing how the ducks were enjoying their makeshift seats, it was probably worth it. That said, there were a lot more people than she expected. Her uncle likely invited even the common folk to attend. Penelope wasn't accustomed with being around huge crowds, so she was actually quite anxious. The only saving grace being that she had a special seating away from them. They even had a makeshift sun shield and servants fanning them. Isn't this a little too much, Uncle? Her seat was right next to King Tyndareus.
Nonsense, my niece only deserves the best.
He nodded proudly to himself. I don't get many opportunities to speak with Uncle, but it's good to know that he's actually nice.
Still, her father is a little too much, don't you think? I've heard. You've been spending time with that young lad, Odysseus, yes?
Oh, yes.
I'm glad my home served as the place for your love story.
Uncle sure is in a good mood. But this is kind of embarrassing.
Anyway, I wish Icarius would just stop being so stubborn. His dear daughter is obviously smitten. He should just leave her be. It's rare for youth today to marry for love, you know.
He sure is passionate about this. Just then, a man finally walked up the center of the stadium.
And now we're about to begin the competition for Lady Penelope's hand in marriage.
The host at the center broadcasted with a booming voice and then pointed at her. You know, I think it's coming back to me now about this race. I remember vaguely something about a foot race and having to win it for a woman's hand in marriage, and I guess it was Penelope and Odysseus' story then. One thing I did a lot as a kid, for me specifically, when you're in elementary school and they give you access to the computer labs, because I can't remember when, but like sometimes they take you in there. There's like a strict list of websites that you are allowed to visit. And so you could only like visit the websites off of the, I think like the school website or whatever. The school website had like a list of like educational websites and links that like students could visit when you're using the computers in the computer lab. And one of them had like a bunch of stories about Greek mythologies and other kinds of stories, but like I mainly played the Greek mythology ones. So basically you would like learn Greek mythologies, but in the form of like, I guess you could call them like mini visual novels / mini games. So I do remember playing something with a race. That's cool. It is. I wish I could play it again, but like I'm pretty sure it used Flash and I'm sure it's gone by now. I don't even remember what the website name would be. Like it's been so long that, yeah, I don't even know what the website would be anymore. Maybe I'll try to find it one day. But yeah, I mainly played like the ones that told a story, and I think I played all the Greek mythology ones they had. Which weren't too many. I do remember Penelope's story was there, and I think Helen's story as well. People from the audience brought their eyes toward her direction. Penelope just couldn't help but sink in her seat. She didn't like being the center of attention. It made her somewhat nauseous.
Today, we have 10 contenders vying for Prince Icarius' daughter. Who will come out victorious?
10?
Oh, did Odysseus not mention? When I announced the event, a few others volunteered to take part. You're one popular lass.
Uncle, you were just saying how you supported me in Odysseus. Why did you bring in other people? Suddenly, she felt even more nervous. How did it come to this?
As per usual, the losers of the match shan't be allowed to step foot in Sparta forever.
Huh?
Oh, yes.
He clicked his tongue.
That's your father's handiwork there.
Why didn't Odysseus tell me this? Knowing him, it's likely because he believes that he'll win anyway, without a doubt.
And now, without further ado, here are our runners for today.
No, now that I think about it, the racing one that I played, I think what it was is... No, it wasn't Penelope's story that I played. The one where I did it with the race was, you had to, like, there were a bunch of these guys that wanted this woman's hand in marriage, but she was like, I'll only marry you if you can beat me in a race. And so all these guys tried to race her, but they all lost because she was too fast for them. That was the one I don't remember who it's about, but like that was the one that I played with the race. Don't remember the names anymore, but I just remember some guy wanted to marry her, got help from a goddess and ended up beating her in the race, and they got married. That's all I remember.
And now, without further ado, here are our runners for today.
And of course, they were all almost naked. Do we get to see?
Her father wasn't among them, though. Oh?
He will probably have a special entrance later. She felt her blood rushing to her head. For a girl who had been sheltered for all her life, seeing these many men almost buck naked was overstimulating. Especially with them this up close. Stay strong, Penelope. She looked around and saw a number of women above the audience seats screeching and cheering at the runners. Yep. Unlike her, they seem to be enjoying this. Should I copy them? Penelope took in a sharp breath. But all that came out was a wheeze. Just as she was feeling down about not being able to cheer on Odysseus, his words from just a while earlier came back to her. You are strong in your own way. No, I can do this. Okay. One more time. Once more, she breathed in. You can do it! The girl shouted at the top of her lungs. Her scream surprised her uncle, as well as the runners. Odysseus looked in her direction and smiled. I did it! Not long after, the runners positioned themselves at the starting line. Of course, Icarius was there as well. For a man of his age, he was ridiculously buff. They're about to begin. 3, 2, 1. And they're off! Penelope was at the edge of her seat. Immediately, her eyes searched for Odysseus. He was doing pretty average. Smack dab in the middle of the running. At this rate, Odysseus would lose. What happened to all his confidence? That timing? Was there a funny timing that happened? Oh, both of you sent the same thing. Yeah. Oh, it was Atalanta. Okay. I think the website I played on did not include the fact that anyone who lost was put to death. That's right. That's right. The golden apples. I remember the golden apples. Yeah, I remember. I remember playing the game and like running, and then I had to throw golden apples and she would stop to pick them up and I would keep running and I would have to keep throwing golden apples to stop her, and then I won the race. What happened to all his confidence? No, this is just the beginning. I believe he can turn this around. She pouted as she watched them complete another lap. The noise of the stadium didn't die down one bit. In fact, for every lap, the people would cheer louder and stronger. Interestingly enough, some of the runners who were ahead had now lagged behind. He's conserving his stamina, guys. But Odysseus maintained a steady pace. Still, that was nothing to praise about. Her father was still far ahead, and he was also keeping his pace. I never imagined father being this formidable. Penelope held her breath, hoping for Odysseus to turn the tides. Just then, one of the runners caught up to the Ithacan king and tried to swipe Odysseus with his arm. What? Uncle, did you see that? That runner tried to hit Odysseus.
Well, you can't really avoid accidents in these events.
Accidents? I'm pretty sure it was intentional.
What can I say? We don't have any rule against that. You know what? We should probably enforce more rules next time.
Why is Uncle keeping calm? Odysseus can get hurt. Just as she was thinking that, another runner comes to him from behind. Odysseus, watch out! Just as she screamed, the young man managed to dodge by speeding up and making a forward dash. The one behind him slid across the floor when he missed his tackle. Penelope sighed in relief and wiped her forehead. Still, this is strange. Why are they all going after him when he's not even in the lead? Penelope's eyes hovered over to her father. Could it be? Uncle Tindarius, I don't want to speak ill of father, but is there a possibility that he's the one who asked the other contestants to target Odysseus? Her uncle raised a brow.
Nonsense, child. Icarius doesn't need to do something like that. He is a champion runner, and he has pride in his skills. Besides, none of his other competitions had this kind of thing happen.
Then it isn't father. Maybe people with a grudge against Odysseus. Or how about this? Odysseus had these people target him himself. She groaned, both worried and frustrated about the situation. No, hold on. Father does have a reason to not let Odysseus out of anyone else win. I'm betting every other contestant is only after the throne. But Odysseus is the only one who wants to take me back to his homeland. She pursed her lips. If that really was the case, then Odysseus will continue to be targeted. Excuse me, Uncle. Her uncle smiled and gestured that she's allowed to go. I don't understand how Uncle can remain calm despite this. With that, she scurried over to her ducks. Meanwhile, at the stadium track,
They're being more annoying pests than I expected. I should have gotten a couple of people to assist me with this. I mean, I expected this, but still. Ugh.
he sighed.
Oh well, no use complaining. They'll be the first to start dropping like flies.
Little ones? The ducks were happily bouncing on their VIP nest when she approached. Please help Odysseus. Some runners are trying to attack him, and I'm worried he might get hurt badly. I hope they fly and they shit on the other runners. What's that? Permission to act on your accord? Sure? Having given her consent, the bird flew off somewhere. If this actually happens, I'm gonna scream. Hey, where are you? At that moment, Penelope had no idea what she just unleashed. Back at the stadium track.
Yo there, future father-in-law.
Odysseus caught up next to Icarius, though the older man was still a whole lap around ahead of him.
If you have the time to chat, it'd do you better to save it for actually trying to win.
I don't have to try. I will win. The old king let out a snort.
Big words for someone who's a lap behind.
You mean only a lap behind?
Has anyone ever told you that you're quite maddening?
Oh, that's a new one. No one had ever expected what happened next. It was said, on that day, the sky went dark, and the air was filled with endless quacks and wing flaps.
What the duck?
Icarius was left speechless. In that moment, he paused in awe of the duck-filled sky. Time almost seemed as though it had come to a complete halt. Everyone probably stopped what they were doing, with the exception of Odysseus, who kept running. Why? Why did he stop? And this is how he wins. The humans had gotten quiet, pointing and watching the wave of fowls in the sky.
Achilles, what the duck is going on? I have no idea what you're saying.
However, the ducks only kept circling the stadium without really doing anything but quack. It was simply ominous.
Is this a sign from the gods? Must we call over a seer for interpretation?
The king muttered to himself as he watched the darkened sky.
Should we suspend the competition?
I think you guys overdid it. You didn't call all the ducks of Greece here, did you? Quack. What do you mean not yet? Send them back. Please? Quack. And the duck flew up. Not long after, the darkened sky began to clear, and the sea of ducks subsided. Thank goodness.
Oh, they're gone. What was that about? Maybe those birds dropped by just to watch.
Her uncle joked. His mood had clearly brightened up now that the omen was gone. People whispered. Some say it must have been the gods. Others say it was a sign. This event would be a talk of the land for years to come. This also just does not feel quite right. Like, I'm sure it's grammatically correct, but it just feels weird. But it would soon be forgotten, lost in time. I don't think the other runners will try anything against Odysseus anymore. She smiled at him and waved. You can do it! Odysseus waved back. A few continued to run, but the other contestants seemed to have been in too much shock that they bowed out of the race. Those who attacked him before, in particular, had withdrawn. If Odysseus hadn't continued doing his laps, no one else probably would have resumed doing theirs. Unfortunately, Icarius was one of those who had resumed. Thus, the race was back on. Back to Odysseus.
That's a duck apocalypse if I've ever seen one.
You can do it! He turned to the voice and waved.
Either way, that gave me some unexpected leverage. I've gotten past Icarius somehow.
He paused on his thoughts for a moment to mull.
That was Penelope's doing, isn't it? Man, she's so fun. Well then, time to get through this final stretch. Wouldn't want our efforts to go to waste.
The race was reaching its finale. Because of the short, quacky intermission, Odysseus somehow had gotten in the lead. Penelope talked about it with her uncle. What if her father uses the ducks as his excuse to make the race results invalid? Her uncle reassured her that he wouldn't allow such a thing since Odysseus kept running. So there technically wasn't any excuse to stop. That said, despite the leverage he had gotten, Icarius was still indeed formidable. He had managed to catch up with Odysseus and was toe-to-toe with the young man. They're currently taking a water break. Odysseus only stopped by the water station for a bit, but he still found time to wave at her once again. This is the final stretch! You can do it! She silently cheered him on. My phone died and I had to switch to my console. Oh no! I hope you found the charger for your phone quickly. I hear it's good to let the battery completely die every so often. I don't ever do that though.
Are you sure your bones aren't giving out yet? Your tactics wouldn't work on me.
Is that also a grammatical error? Isn't it, your tactics won't work on me? Final lap. The two men ran side by side with each one continuously overtaking the other. Odysseus was young, and he had saved up most of his stamina. So what he lacked in speed he made up with his endurance. However, Icarius was nothing to sneeze at. Power, speed, endurance, he was at the top of it all. Had he not been distracted by the duck-filled sky, he would have been in the lead right now. Or so Odysseus would refute.
Hey, see that? Your daughter is cheering for me.
He pointed out as they passed by her.
Couldn't you just let her go already? You know that this is what she wants.
I like how there are moments when he gets scary like that. Letting a lithium-ion phone battery hit 0% too often puts extra stress on it and can slightly shorten its lifespan over time, so no. Oh, really? I guess like every few months is too often.
Why would you deny her of it? You don't know anything, young man. Nor does she. Penelope's a sheltered, naive child. She doesn't know what you're dragging her into. Oh? It seems to me like you're just making excuses. I told you, didn't I? I don't mind waiting. I don't mind if you tell her. Tell her what I'm dragging her Tell her what I'm dragging her to, then. I'll gladly arrange a visit tour for Ithaca. Just give me the date. Or you can even visit without notice. I bet she'll have fun. I refuse. Thought so. Well then, if you're not going to budge, I'll just win this myself. I do hope you know that she isn't an object for you to own.
The older king winced and just fell silent. Before he could say any more, Odysseus kicked up his speed and ran past Icarius. Icarius tried to catch up, but his speed had somewhat fallen. Perhaps the fatigue was catching up to him. Or perhaps... Either way, the finish line was within sight. 1 week after the race.
Odysseus, are you sure you don't want to stay here and become a new king of Sparta?
The Ithacan king just shrugged.
Nah, too much work. Penelope, dear, are you sure this is the man you want?
Penelope just hid behind Odysseus and nodded.
Penelope, you don't know what it's like there in Ithaca. Oi, isn't this why I kept offering you to give Ithaca a chance first? No, I won the race fair and square. You've lost your chance.
He made a shooing gesture to the older king. Icarius just grumbled under his breath.
Penelope, do you really want to leave with him? I'm not even opposing you to take him as your husband anymore. Just stay here, please.
The girl just pulled her veil over her face and held onto Odysseus's clothing. And then she retreated behind Odysseus once again.
Penelope. Okay, that's enough. I think she's made her choice. Don't worry, it's not like I'm imprisoning her in Ithaca or something. She can visit whenever, you know.
With that, Icarius sighed. He gave Penelope one last glance before finally turning away.
Man, your dad's really attached, huh? I mean, it's kind of his fault. If he hadn't been challenging other suitors to a race, then you'd likely be betrothed to someone who actually wants the throne.
But it wouldn't have been you.
Yeah. You unintentionally saved the seat for me, huh? But how about you? Or are you sure?
Penelope didn't think twice before nodding. I'm actually looking forward to seeing Ithaca.
Oh, and I'm looking forward to showing you around. Your ducks will also love it there. We have a ton of farms and plenty of places for them to roam. While they're at it, they can take care of the pests. Oh, but please don't bring about duck apocalypse in Ithaca.
Well, as long as you behave.
No, not you too. Getting in trouble is my natural instinct. Okay, fine. I'll try, but no promises. Hey, if something is bothering you, just tell me. I'll be your husband soon, but I was still your friend first.
Penelope looked up at him and smiled. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just feeling a little sad about finally leaving. But honestly, I wouldn't say that I have many attachments here, other than my ducks. And they're coming along, so... She trailed off.
Well, I can't read minds, but if you'd like to talk, know that I'm here.
Mm-hmm. She took his hand into hers and placed it over her cheek. I'm happy I met you.
You're not allowed to use an underhanded attempt like that.
Well, you're free to retaliate.
You won't regret it.
What if I'm asking for it?
Gods, why do you have to be so adorable?
Ah, they finally kissed! Slowly, Odysseus leaned toward her. He gently grabbed her by the hand and then pulled her toward him. Penelope followed his lead without resistance, and they shared a kiss. The gentleness of his hands, the scent of his presence, the touch of his lips, Penelope loved them all.
I love you, Penelope.
Oh, we got a voiced line. Where is that coming from?
From my heart?
May Aphrodite smite you.
Hey, I'm kidding. But seriously, I love you a lot. Loads and loads. I can't wait to bring you home.
I can't wait to be home. A chance encounter that began with the quack. Thus marks the start of their long odyssey. There may be a cruel fate in store for them, an ordeal that will last for decades. But as long as they continue to fight, as long as they continue to remain strong, as long as they continue to love one another, they will definitely find each other once again. Ah! Not the dog! Oh, Argos. That reminds me, though, by the time Odysseus is back, all the original ducks would have been dead. Yeah, I think this is just the credits scene now. Oop, sorry, I hit my microphone. I'm assuming... I'm trying to think about... I can't tell if this is Odysseus or if it's Telemachus. Because I could imagine this being Telemachus and he's got like a duck on his shoulder. I don't know who that girl would be though. I do like that they kept the color palette with the Okay, yeah, some of these are scenes from the actual Odyssey. And there's ducks here? Oh my god, he brought the ducks with him to the Trojan War. You know they would have tried to eat the ducks though, right? Like, for sure. Like, I bet you some of the other people tried to eat the ducks. And, like, Odysseus probably had to fight them off. Because that was the thing with the Cyclops. If I had to guess, these are the ducks fighting the suitors? Penelope suitors? I'm not sure. I enjoyed watching. Thank you. I enjoyed playing. I'm gonna try to get some of the other endings. Okay, no, maybe this is baby Telemachus. Okay, yeah. Okay, no, that was Odysseus earlier. Okay, so baby Telemachus is blonde. I don't quite know who this is, though. Okay, I guess that's it. Is this a picture of them holding their little baby together? Adorable. I can't remember how many other endings this game has. I know there's a friendship ending at least. Other than that, I can't really remember. Maybe there's like an ending where you're not even friends with Odysseus. I'll have to go look. Okay, that's the end. Can you take me to the main menu, please? Is the game frozen? Oh, Pre-Odyssey Theater and Gallery unlocked. There we go. Sweet romance. Obtain ending 1 romantic ending. Okay. Walkthrough unlocked, access it through the preference menu. Okay. Oh, we are actually missing a lot of gallery pictures. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe there's just 2 endings. I think there might just be 2 endings. There's like the friendship ending. There's a bunch of lore that we still have not unlocked, which is interesting. Let's read the rest of the lore though. We've got, is it Sidamine? Odysseus's younger sister, not much is known about her. She was married to Eurylochus, who would later join Odysseus in the Trojan War as his second in command. We've got, yes, Xenia is what they call. Ancient Greeks always welcomed guests in their homes. Guests were fed, bathed, and treated with respect. The concept of hospitality was called xenia. It was said that not abiding by xenia would bring you the wrath of Zeus, patron of guests. Later in the Odyssey, Xenia becomes a source of woe for Penelope and Odysseus. Worst guess ever, am I right? I think the whole thing with Xenia was that, like, no matter who the person was, you were supposed to welcome them into your home. And you're probably wondering, oh, like, what if you let, like, a killer into your home? Like, I think, like, Xenia is supposed to go both ways. So, like, you're supposed to welcome the guest, and the guest is supposed to not bring any harm to their host. So it's supposed to go both ways, I think, from what I vaguely remember when I took that Greek myth course. Anyways, handshakes. One of the oldest records of handshakes dated back to ancient Greece. It was a gesture of peace, showing that you hold no weapon in hand. It was also a gesture of trust, as accounted in the Odyssey and Iliad. Penelope, make sure you wash your hands after shaking other people's hands, okay? Odysseus. Oh, the foot race. I missed this one. Running was an important activity in ancient Greece. It had been documented in Olympic Games of old. Legends say Greek athletes competed in loincloths before nudity became a trend. Married women weren't allowed to watch Olympic Games. For very obvious reasons, Odysseus' foot race has to go with the loincloth route. And we have Naiad. Type of female spirit or simply a nymph. Naiads were considered as minor goddesses and were associated with rivers, streams, lakes, marshes, fountains, and springs. Penelope's mother was a Naiad, so was that the reason why she can talk to ducks? Then again, she's not the only daughter of a nymph, and you don't hear them talking to ducks. Maybe she simply has a duck affinity. And we have the Oath of Tyndareus. The famous oath that bound Helen's former suitors into participating in the Trojan War. Oh, okay, so that is what got them all together. When Helen was taken away by Prince Paris of Troy, her former suitors were rallied to help take her back. Due to their promise, they were obligated to provide military assistance to Menelaus, Helen's husband. Odysseus was actually the mastermind behind this idea. And yes, he tried to get out of it, but that's a story for another time. A certain mastermind, and the quote is, "Fucking Menelaus, why couldn't you protect your wife, damn it?" I mean, Aphrodite interfered, so that's kind of hard. Odysseus's bow. In the Odyssey, Odysseus returned to a household swarmed with unwanted suitors for his wife. Penelope then put up a challenge. Whoever can string Odysseus's bow and shoot an arrow through the holes of 12 axes will have her hand in marriage. At the time, Odysseus was in the guise of a beggar and took up the test. Unbeknownst to the challengers, the bow that Penelope picked for the challenge was uncommon in that region. A palintonos. Nobody was familiar with the method of stringing it. And then this is a quote from a certain nobody. And then they paid with their lives. I'm pretty sure that's a reference to the Cyclops. Seer. Divinators who interpreted signs to communicate the will of the gods. They see things that ordinary people do not. Zeus, for example, was associated with eagles and would sometimes disguise himself as one. In the Odyssey, Zeus sent down 2 eagles to fly over the people of Ithaca. The old seer Halitherses interpreted it as a sign that Odysseus was close to returning home. Then, which god would send down ducks? Oh my god, we have a Telemachus one. Telemachus was Odysseus and Penelope's son. Because of the Oath of Tyndareus, Odysseus had to leave for the Trojan War when his son was an infant. Odysseus didn't want to leave, so he feigned insanity. However, his ruse was uncovered when the envoy sent to get him placed Telemachus in danger. Odysseus saved his son, exposing himself. Telemachus accidentally fell into water as an infant and was saved by dolphins. In this universe, he can talk to dolphins. The envoy? Oh yeah, he's dead. He died. Quote, Odysseus totally had nothing to do with it. Okay. I'm assuming the friendship route is like basically just as long as the romance route because there is like, I'm missing half the illustrations. Okay, there's the walkthrough. Don't protest, don't come with him, ask his friends, don't take his hand. Oh, okay, there's 2 romance endings and there's... There's true end and true friendship end. Okay. I'm probably just gonna follow this walkthrough. Let's see. What else do we have? We have Pre-Odyssey Theater. What is this? Welcome to Pre-Odyssey Theater. If you're here, that means you've beaten one of the main endings. Thank you for joining us on our journey. By the way, I don't see your ducks today. Oh, they're on leave. Those children also enjoy their alone time after all. Thank you, Duckamedes, for giving us this time alone. What was that? Oh, just thanking the gods. Speaking of gods, don't you have the favor of the goddess Athena? You're so lucky to have the goddess of wisdom on your side. Oh, that. I'd rather not rely on them gods as favors. They're just so fickle. One moment they can be your ally and then an enemy tomorrow. I wouldn't say so. You have to end up incurring their wrath at least. Like, for desecrating their temples. Anyway, what do you want to talk about? I guess this is just like more trivia, like more lore, Pre-Odyssey. Odysseus. Yes? We both know you haven't gone to Sparta just to take a vacation, right? Okay, fine. I mean, sure, I didn't lie about it being a vacation. But, you know, kings and princes from across the land gathered in one place. Normally we just mind our own business, but something like that, well, it's a recipe for disaster. I have to keep myself updated with foreign affairs, you know? And it just so happened that the best cover to take at the time is the guise of a suitor. But after observing the situation, it just turned out to be a sad gathering of love-struck fools. So I figured, hey, I guess I'll just take a vacation. Granted, Uncle Tindarius did have a very real predicament in his hands. Yeah, well, not my problem. You thought of a solution from the start, didn't you? But you kept quiet about it. Hey, if I solved the problem from the start, then we wouldn't be able to meet anymore. Besides, the plan only worked exactly because time was ticking. And everyone was already agitated and anxious, so I didn't think twice about accepting the conditions of the oath. So you already figured that out. Why did you have to question me? I just wanted to test you. You. I love that about you. In any case, Pre-Odyssey is based on the story of the Oath of Tindarius. We know very little about the myth, but what we do know was that Odysseus was indeed one of Helen's suitors. But I didn't bring her any gifts because I wasn't really interested. Instead, I made an offer to Tindarius, one that he cannot refuse. And that is to help him have my hand in marriage in exchange for a solution on Helen's suitor predicament. However, there is another more obscure myth about how I had to win a foot race against Penelope's father, Prince Icarius. How did you win? The myth didn't mention much. We just know that I had to go up against a foot race champion who had never lost a race. Sounds like one of those hot-blooded sports series. Genius X, who never lost a match. How will our protagonist win against this? How indeed. Well, we all know how it ended. If only that was where it ended. Anyway, what do you want to talk about? See, I got an achievement for that. Maybe there's an achievement for reading each one. Iliad and the Trojan War. So what happens after we get to Ithaca? We marry, I make you my queen, and we live happily ever after. In the end. You both know that's not how it goes.
I wish it did.
For those who don't know, Iliad is an ancient Greek epic poem. It tells part of the Trojan War.
And it's because fucking Menelaus couldn't take care of his wife. He had one job.
Odysseus, language.
Can you blame me? I made his marriage with Helen as smooth as possible by making up the oath of Tyndareus. Shouldn't I be exempt from it? It was my damned idea in the first place. But no, they had to drag me into that war that I don't fucking care about. Come on, my son was just born and I'm happily living with my wife. They can all go to the underworld for all I care. Leave us alone.
There. She rubbed his back. I think I'll take over for this one. The Trojan War started with the kidnapping of my cousin Helen, the Prince of Troy Paris being our culprit. That's why Helen became known as the face that launched 1,000 ships. Although that figure of speech only came up in the 17th century. Anyway, because of her kidnapping, and thanks to the Oath of Tyndareus, all her suitors were obligated to give aid on her retrieval. This was the idea Odysseus provided my uncle so that he can have his support. You're still upset about that, huh?
Of course. We had a deal, I help him, he helps me. I did my part already and then he used it against me. The Trojan War lasted for 10 years. 10 years without you.
Don't worry, I'll send you letters through the ducks. I'll always be rooting for you.
Thanks.
There is a reason that Odysseus had to be sent to Troy, even though he should have been exempt since he was the one who came up with the oath in the first place.
Odysseus nods. Because of a damned prophecy, which said they couldn't win without me.
I'm sad that you have to leave, but I think you're amazing that they couldn't go without you.
Yeah, well, it's nothing.
Oh no, it's definitely a huge undertaking. Everyone should be familiar with the term Trojan horse, yes? It was Odysseus who came up with it. The Trojan horse was the trump card that led to our victory, thus fulfilling the prophecy.
I actually would have preferred Trojan duck, but they would have linked it to my devotion to you.
I would have loved to see that.
We'll have one made in your honor. Of course, it wouldn't be called Trojan duck, but Ithacan duck.
And I believe that's it for the Trojan War. Many things happened in between, but that's a story for another time.
Anyway, what do you want to talk about?
The Odyssey, where it took him another 10 years to come back. So that's 20 years in total.
Ugh.
After the Trojan War, we have the sequel, the Odyssey.
10 more years. 10 more years. 10 more.
Anyway, the Trojan War lasted for 10 years, and then the sequel lasts for another 10 years.
How did it take 10 years from Troy to Ithaca?
Odysseus sobs in a corner. So, yes, it takes Odysseus a total of about 20 years to get back home. The Odyssey is also my story as much as it is Odysseus. That's why Pre-Odyssey is the title of this game and not Pre-Iliad. Because the Odyssey is our story.
And you did really well holding out.
You did your best to get home as well.
My travel home was met with way too many perils and bad luck. Or so I'd say, but it's really because I may have caught the ire of a god or two. Or 3? No, I don't know. I lost count.
Although we have Athena to thank that you managed to pull through, right?
I'd say it was you who drove me home. If it weren't for you and our son, I wouldn't have bothered through all that. I mean, sure, I love Ithaca, but going up against gods, goddesses, sea monsters, even I have my limit. But I have no limit for you. For my family.
Right. You did meet a number of beautiful ladies on your way back. So there's different versions of what happens between Odysseus and like the multiple women he meets on his journey back home. Some say that he did have children with them. Some say that he didn't. There's different variations. I think in a lot of them, though, like, Odysseus basically, like, dies very soon after he comes back home, which is very sad.
What? You're the only one for me, I swear.
Uh-huh. You lived with a couple of them for years. You spent more time with them than me, your newlywed wife.
That's because they forced me. It was more like their prisoner. It didn't help that my men were also held hostage. They were turned to pigs at one point. What choice did I have there?
I don't remember how long he stayed with Cersei, but I don't think he stayed with her that long. It was the, can't remember her name right now, but it was the other one that he, Calypso. It was Calypso he spent quite a long time with.
Barring the fact that I kind of did lose all of my men in the end. Anyway, I never touched any of those goddesses, and I tried my best to not let them near me, even when they're screaming at me to get down from the tree. All the time I spent on their islands, you're the only one in my mind and in my heart. You should know, I was under duck surveillance the whole time.
I know, I was just teasing you.
You can be cruel when you try.
Thanks, I do try. I know it's not your fault, but I couldn't help but still be jealous, you know.
You also had to deal with a few suitors back home, didn't you?
A few hundred, 108? I'm sorry I couldn't protect our home better. They thrashed everything.
They even tried to kill our son, Telemachus. Low lives. Shit. Trash.
Odysseus, language.
Sorry.
Although I don't disagree with you. They're definitely fucking no good low-life trash.
Sometimes I forget that you're Spartan.
So while Odysseus was struggling to return home, back in Ithaca I tried to find excuses to avoid the suitors. They all tried to convince me that Odysseus had died, but I knew that he was alive. The ducks gave me regular reports on you after all, at least in this universe. Besides, I'm not the one they're after. They're all just chasing the throne.
Scumbags, low lives, shit, trash.
Language. Until finally, Odysseus managed to return home disguised as a beggar.
Yes, and then I cleaned up every last one of those trash.
I would have stopped you if they hadn't planned to go after Telemachus as well.
And because of them, Argos also.
I don't think the suitors did anything to Argos, though, right? I'm trying to remember, and I swear to God, Argos just dies at the gate. Like, from what I remember, the suitors don't do anything. Maybe they tortured Argos, but, like, they didn't kill him. Because from what I remember is Odysseus comes home. Argos is basically the only one that recognizes him. And he shortly passes away after that because we're talking like that was a 20-something-year-old dog. And like, goddamn. That dog was... When they described the dog's condition, it wasn't very good, though. I remember being really sad when I read it. Like, I don't think it was, like... It wasn't, like, sleeping in a comfortable bed or anything like that. I think they talked about it was, like, dirty and there were, like, fleas buzzing around it.
That said, I still lost 20 years with you.
We continued to exchange letters through our ducks, so I felt connected to you in those years. The dog just waited for him. Yeah, pretty much. I thought, like, the dog passed away soon after he came back, like, recognized him, and then, like, basically died.
I guess. We really owe those guys a lot.
Agreed. And so this is the origin of the word Odyssey. I think the word Odyssey has something to do with, like, coming home.
Yeah, the word Odyssey is from the Odyssey. Me.
Anyway,
what do you want to talk about?
or maybe it's not Odyssey. It's like there's a certain type of story that means homecoming, but I can't remember anymore. Sequel? What about the sequel?
There is no sequel. That thing is non-canon.
We're not talking about that one.
Oh, good. It doesn't exist, by the way. I deny its existence. We lived happily ever after, and that's the end.
Okay, we did. But we're talking about a possible Otome sequel.
What else is there to tell?
Well, about your friends, Ajax, Antilochus. I never even got to see their faces.
Let them be single and faceless forever.
You. But think about it. They kind of helped us get together. Why don't we do the same for them?
'Cause those two are hopeless. Besides... Never mind.
Then what about our boy, Telemachus? Oh, he's cute. He's got mom's hair and dad's eyes.
He does grow up to be a good boy.
Odysseus nods to himself sagely.
He has your beautiful hair. He looks just like you. I wouldn't have it any other way. But no, he's too young.
But he's past 20 by the time you return home.
Don't remind me. Let him be my baby boy until just a little while.
Sorry, Telemachus. I tried. Anyway,
no sequels.
I wanted to play one about Iliad. With your friends, or the Odyssey with your shipmates. You mean the shipmates that betrayed him and basically all ended up dying? Odyssey means adventure with eventful meaning, etc. Okay.
Penelope, that won't end well. But if the main
character is from the modern day who ends up in our world.
Where are you learning those?
Oh my god, an isekai into the Trojan War? I'm kind of sad for that.
Anyway, what do you want to talk about?
Okay. I don't know if there's... I don't remember hearing anything about a sequel to the Odyssey. I know there is a chapter that people call the epilogue that generally people don't really accept. Because it wasn't found with the original story. It like popped up at some later date. And so some people think that it wasn't originally by Homer, that like some other people made it up later and appended it to the Odyssey. I'm trying to find anything about like a sequel, but I don't know. Because I'm trying to see what they're referencing. The Odyssey, a modern sequel written by Nikos Kazantzakis. Publication 1938. Okay. I guess it wasn't well received? Well, I'll have to look into whether people liked it or not. Welcome back. Okay, we've done all the theater stuff. Thank you for spending your time with us. Goodbye. Okay, I'm gonna do the walkthrough. Save after the backstab. Okay. There's supposed to be a say hi. Help him. I'm assuming it's help him, right? Okay, skip. And then I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to quack a lie. Tell him backstab, and then I'm supposed to save here. I've already gotten romance and 1A, so we're gonna do don't protest, don't come with him, ask his friends, don't take his hands. I guess I can say all of the above then. What is the walkthrough? Oh, I protested and I still got romance and 1A, so whatever. God, I think it was ask. What was it? Don't protest, don't come with him, ask his friends. Don't take his hand. Did I miss something? I don't know. Feeling too embarrassed to take his hand, Penelope moved past Odysseus and ignored his hand. But I wonder, the Odysseus that Ajax and Antilochus described to me seemed like a different person. What did they mean that I fell into his trap? No, huh? He muttered to himself, quite forlorn. Been meaning to ask where are your other duckies? I left them back in my room so that if someone tries to check on me, they'll just make some noise and pretend someone's in. Oh wow, you can even ask them for that. Wait, so how did you get out of your room? Same way you did? What? You climbed down? Well, you made it look easy. You could have slipped. Next time, I'll help you out, alright? Don't do anything reckless. Okay. Well, whatever. You're safe, so all is good. He smiles so carefully. They said he's a trickster. He's not just pretending, is he? Even father was apprehensive of him. Have I gone through this? No. Hey, what's with the frown? Huh? Oh. I'm just thinking about something. Oh, like what? Has someone caught your eye? What? I mean, I get it. Ajax and Antilochus are quite good looking. They came here fully aware and confident that they have a shot at the competition. So, do you want help with any of them? I can. She shoved both of her hands over his mouth to stop him from speaking. Stop! No, I'm not interested in either of them. He placed his hand over hers and gently pulled them from covering his face.
Is that so? Sorry if that made you uncomfortable.
What does the walkthrough say about this? I guess we can say it's fine. It's fine. You were just teasing. Is it just me, or does he sound different? As Penelope had perceived, there was an uncharacteristic calmness to him.
Then how about me? Do I have a chance with you?
What? Where did that... He drew her hand close to his lips. I don't think I've unlocked this picture yet.
Placing your hands here. You should really be more guarded, you know.
Penelope held her breath. She could feel her heart racing. What's with the sudden change of demeanor?
If you don't like it, just pull away.
Well, the walkthrough doesn't say anything about this, so don't. Penelope relaxed herself. Odysseus' grip seemed to have loosened. So, that's your answer. He grinned, gently taking her hand, and gave her fingers a kiss. Why is he? You look so adorable right now. Penelope couldn't help but hold her breath. She felt her cheeks grow warmer by the second, until he gave her another kiss. And then another one on her wrist. Whoa! He was gentle all throughout. Penelope's heart raised. But it wasn't unpleasant. But why are you doing this? She croaked. I'm not sure if you're playing dumb or if you're just completely oblivious. Obviously, I like you. I want you. Stop teasing me like this.
Oh, Aphrodite, how is she so dense? I guess it's understandable for someone who never had friends.
Again with the no friends thing. I had my ducks.
Yeah, and I bet they tell you that they love you all the time.
Only frequently.
Shit. This is hard.
He has it. It's tough.
Penelope, please marry me.
Oh, I wasn't expecting this. Huh?
Did that get through your dense skull? Please tell me it did. At this point, I might as well try to search for the golden fleece.
Of course, she overloaded. Penelope balled up on the ground, covering her face. Do I like him? She never really thought about him that way. Saying that would be a lie. Come on, wasn't she totally crushing on him when she first saw him? Girl, you wanted to take him home at one point. What do you think that is? Is it just me, or is there someone suddenly screaming in my head? But the voice in my head is right.
Are you all right? You can forget about what I said if it bothers you. I don't mind staying friends.
No.
We couldn't stay friends anymore either, huh?
No.
Which is it?
I couldn't put it into words. Peck! Ah! Wait! Holy shit, I'm the duck with the popcorn. It was brief. The warmth they shared lasted for only a moment. Yet it was enough to send a tingling sensation throughout her body. When all was over, she finally noticed her chest beating wildly. And she just figuratively melted into a puddle.
Wow, that's a yes, right? Right?
Mm-hmm. She felt so drained that Penelope could only let out a whimper of affirmation.
Oh, Aphrodite, you work too fast. This escalated way too quickly.
Definitely. Neither one expected to suddenly be engaged today.
So, what's next? I guess I have to ask your father. I probably should send an envoy to Ithaca to announce that I'll be taking home a queen.
Penelope blinked. You're not staying here with me?
No, I'm taking you home with me.
I think we've gone through this, no? Okay. At this time, it was more common for the man to move in with his wife. It was uncommon for the man to take her home. So what Odysseus wanted was definitely not the norm.
Otherwise, the Ithacan throne will be left wide open, and my sister will have to take the brunt of my absence.
He added, looking up.
Of course, my father could also come out of retirement,
he muttered to himself. While he did, Penelope also recalled a concern of her own. Oh, right, father. Immediately, her mood soured. It was very much against Odysseus, after all.
What's the matter?
The young man probably noticed her frown.
I know this is moving too fast, so I understand if you're having second thoughts. We can just tell our families for now if you'd like.
Once again, my tracking is messed up. Penelope shook her head. No, that's exactly the problem. Father, he didn't like you, remember?
Ah, shit. You're right. Oh well, don't worry, I'll figure something out.
He gave her a reassuring grip on the shoulder. All right. Somehow I feel like everything will go well when I look at his face. The two continued to talk about their engagement for the rest of the day. We've gone through this, right? The walkthrough doesn't mention anything else, so I guess trust him. Why did you call me out here? King of Ithaca. Okay, we've gone through this. Gone through this. What happens if we cover our eyes? How funny. I think it's in the shape of a duck hand shadow too, I think, maybe? I could be wrong. Huh. Okay. We're gonna skip. Oh! This one's different. So this is after he's won the race.
You know, I noticed that you're pretty forward about these things.
Well, I used to give the little ones kisses.
The ducks.
Yes? Who else?
I'm not sure how to feel about that. Then I'll give you a kiss you've never experienced before.
If it's you, then I don't mind.
Penelope.
Hmm?
I love you. I love you a lot.
Me too. I love you the most. A chance encounter that began with a quack. Okay. That was... Was that not ending B? I didn't get an achievement, so I don't know. Might not have gotten it. There's obtain ending to true end. I guess it doesn't matter whether you get romance A or B. It's just one achievement. Okay. Then what is the walkthrough for? Load the first save. So the true end. Let's do the friendship end. So we're gonna load this. Oh, thank you for the cheese cipher. Protest, don't come with him, ask his friends, don't take his hands, trust him, like him as a friend. I think that was fine. What was it? Protest? I don't think we've protested before. Protest! Penelope steeled herself. Odysseus was her first friend. She couldn't stand how her father acted toward him. Father, you were rude to Odysseus. We should apologize to him tomorrow.
Penelope.
He raised his voice, which made the girl freeze.
Just be a good girl and listen to your father. Do as I say. I'll get you whatever you... Okay, blah, 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 whatever.
Father has tightened the security to my room. Okay, so this is what happens if you protest. I hope I'm not keeping Odysseus waiting. Maybe I can send him a little one. She turned to the ducks. A bird waddled in front of her, clicked its webbed feet together, and made a winged salute. Penelope smiled and lifted the duck to help it up to her window. Say hi to him for me. Ah!
That was a most adorable scream. 10 out of 10 will make you do it again.
Seemed to have crawled out of the window. Odysseus? Why are you here?
Well, you were taking too long. Didn't I tell you? If you don't appear, I'll take you away myself. Anyway, a promise is a promise, so here I am in the flesh.
I see. I suppose you did mention that. Though it feels weird to have him here in my room this early. While Penelope was mulling, the ducks started swarming her friend.
Are you all happy to see me?
He started stroking their heads.
I'm glad to see you all too, but keep it down. I'll be cooked alive if I get caught in a lady's room.
They immediately zipped their duck bills while giving him the look of, we know how that feels. A couple of ducks started patting him on his ankle.
They couldn't reach his back.
Although it's questionable if they were on the same page. Penelope giggled as she watched them interact. Odysseus gets along with the little ones, doesn't he? He's the only one who has ever taken us seriously like this.
So, shall we get going? I'm taking you on a trip today.
That sounds wonderful. Hold on. What trip?
Yeah. I figured it'd be fun to take you outside this time.
What? No. You absolutely cannot do that. Father will not only boil you alive if he learns that you took me outside. He'll cut you up and then serve you to the hounds.
That is, if he learns about it. It didn't happen if they don't know, right?
But what if...
What if we never see each other again after we're all sent home? The least I can do is leave you with happy memories, right?
Did he realize that I was worried yesterday? About him leaving? Is that why he suddenly sprung this on me? I can't believe he pays attention to these small things. But should I go? I definitely don't want him to get in trouble.
What was I supposed to pick?
Don't come with him. Penelope shook her head. Odysseus, we can't do this. I don't want to risk your life just to have fun. Maybe next time.
If that's how you feel, then I'm going to keep forcing you. Was I supposed to save? Nah, it's fine. Shame to all the preparations I made, though.
Sorry.
Hey, don't be. Maybe I'm a little happy that you're so keen to keep me from getting boiled.
Well, of course. We're friends. Oh, friends. She bit her tongue. Don't laugh, or I'll get mad.
Sure you will.
And so Odysseus stayed over at Penelope's room for the rest of the day. They chatted, told each other stories, and played with the ducks in their usual tireless routine. Time flew by so fast until the two bid each other their goodbyes, promising to meet up the next day once again. Okay, we've gone through this. As promised, Penelope was on her way to meet with Odysseus once again. Thankfully, she figured out a way to slip out of her room this time. Now we've gone through this. What was it? Ask his friends, don't take his hand, trust him. Ask his friends. Don't take his hand. I guess it doesn't matter what I pick, so I'm gonna pick it's not fine. You took it too far.
I did, huh? I'll treat you and the ducks sometime as my apology, alright?
Okay, just don't do that again. Is it just me, or does he sound different? We've gone through this.
No, I guess
that's too cruel to you.
Huh?
Sorry I had to do it that way. Part of me panicked a little. It's roundabout, but your reaction was enough to give me an answer.
What is he talking about?
I guess I was jealous.
Jealous? Is he talking about Ajax and Antilochus?
I didn't like it that you were talking to those guys. But what can I do? You're happy to make new friends. I can't stop you from meeting other people. Have we gone through this? No. So I'm letting them off free this time.
Penelope felt goosebumps. This was still the same Odysseus she was talking to, right? His tone had always been the same, bright and cheerful, but she felt a seeping venomous intent from his words. Was this what Ajax and Antilochus meant? The notorious king of Ithaca.
What's the matter? You're looking pale.
Moved in closer and took her hand.
Cold.
She held her breath.
Did what I say bother you?
Yes.
You don't like it, huh?
I probably should tell him that I asked his friends about him. I don't think it's right for me to just change how I think about him because of what others said. I mean, I should know how it feels to be a subject of rumors. So I asked Ajax and Antilochus, and they said that you're...
Scum. A cheater. A liar. A no-good trickster.
How could you say all that while smiling? Just half of those.
I guess they were being considerate of you.
Are you upset?
Why would I be? Everyone talks about me like that.
But that's just sad.
Why are you crying?
He closed in on Penelope and wiped her tears. The girl simply continued to cry. I mean, isn't that sad? That even your friends think badly of you? That you can just brush off what everyone thought of you because you got used to it? That they talk behind your back?
But aren't you the same in that regard? Didn't you just get used to hearing people talk about you?
I can't deny that.
And, well, you didn't even have friends before this.
You didn't have to point that out.
Sorry.
You're not sorry at all.
I am. Tell me. Do you trust me?
Well, I want to.
What was it? Trust him and then like him as a friend.
I want to. I want to trust you. I want to know you better. I want to believe in the Odysseus that I've gotten to know. So please, help me trust you. Her tone was of one pleading that she hadn't been betrayed, that her trust had been well placed, that those days they had spent were no lies. Was that the only sound that had come out of him after a short moment of silence?
You're really fascinating, you know that?
There you are again. No teasing. I'm being serious here.
As am I.
As I am? Is that a typo?
But can I help it? When you sound like you're confessing.
Penelope made the tiniest squeak. You know it's not like that.
And there you are again, making such a cute sound.
Stop! How can he say such embarrassing things without batting an eye?
So, do you think any of this is a lie?
No, at least I wish it wasn't.
So, please believe me when I tell you that it's not. I admit, when I first saw you, I was just intrigued. But these days, I always look forward to seeing you. I keep racking my head for ways to make you laugh. Whenever you're not around, I keep wanting to hear your voice, see your face, see you smile. I just can't help but seek you out. What I'm saying is, you're my safe haven. It's by your side that I feel the most comfortable. That I don't have to feel guarded, that I can say whatever I want. That I can be plain old Odysseus. Not the king of Ithaca, not the notorious trickster. I can just be me.
What about your other friends?
Them? Nah, they too are princes and kings. We can be laughing, drinking, making fun of each other for one moment, and then we can be enemies coming at each other's throats the next. That's just how it is for us, for me. Be it family or friends or even my own people. I can never let my guard down around any of them.
Odysseus? I didn't know you thought that way.
Hey, don't cry.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
It's fine. If anything, it's only right that you did. In fact, you should. For all you know, I could be making up all of these too. Which I'm not. Come on.
I jest. I'm sure all those rumors about you are all just a misunderstanding as well.
Oh, those are true.
Eh?
They may have been blown off proportion, but a king's gotta do what a king's gotta do.
He shrugged.
I was given the throne at a young age, so many vied for my position. Sure, it's a throne for a poor, secluded land, but the throne's still a throne, you know. It didn't help that I had no brothers, or that I'm the sole heir aside from my sister. They wanted to take advantage of a weak, young king. So what else can I do? Unlike other kings, I can't fight back with sheer strength. I didn't have any powerful supporters either, so I led them into taking each other out.
It's a little frightening how he can talk about this with a smile. But it's also sad all the same. It just means that whatever he has experienced, they've made him numb to it. I know, because that's how it was for me as well.
Somehow, which may or may not have been of my own machination. Word got out, and no one else dared to cross me ever since. But in turn, I became known as the notorious Trickster King.
Ah. So you did all that just to protect yourself?
No. I mean, I could have taken the easy way out and just run away. It was to protect my position, the people who believed in me, and my home. I love Ithaca, and I'd do anything to protect my land. I can't just let anyone take it from me. Especially someone who would try to kill a young boy just for power. But to do that, I needed to compensate for what I lacked, even if it means that I have to cheat, lie, steal, manipulate. So, I hope you're fine with that.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, it's hard to wrap around my head right now. I couldn't say that I'm not frightened. I couldn't say that I fully understand. I couldn't say that I'm fine with it. It's not like I've seen any of it myself. But I've decided. I want to believe in the Odysseus that I know. I'm going to believe in you even when everyone else turns against you. So... Yeah! That is another image that we have not unlocked before. Before she could react, Odysseus had glomped on her.
Penny is just the best.
Penny? The sudden nickname surprised her that she couldn't even make time to reject his hug.
I mean, honestly, your name is a little too long.
Bold of a man to say that when his name has the same amount of, like, what is it? Syllables? His name is just as long as hers.
I can call you Penny, right?
Friend nicknames? I never imagined that the day would come. Then, can I call you Odie?
No, he said bluntly.
What? Why?
I prefer hearing you say my whole name. Do you know the meaning behind my name?
No.
He who causes pain.
Is that actually what his name means? Holy shit. Then why would you want me to call you that?
It was my grandfather who named me. He was sort of a trickster as well. I guess he expected the same out of me. True to my name, I keep finding myself hurting others, even you.
He gently touched her cheek.
My name is a reminder that I've hurt many in the past, and that I will likely keep hurting people for as long as I bear the responsibilities set upon this name.
A reminder behind the meaning of his name. So he chooses to face the fate set upon him head on. I'm a little jealous that he could like his name despite that. Unlike me.
Staying by my side could cause you unimaginable pain someday. Even so, are you willing to stay?
I already told you, I choose to trust you. You're my very first human friend. My best friend. It's the least I could do for a dear friend.
Friend, huh? Looks like I have to work harder to get out of that zone.
You
know, you can be pretty cruel.
Why?
It's nothing. I don't want to overwhelm you or scare you away. But if friendship is all you want, I'd gladly honor that.
She felt a pang in her chest. Why? Why did he sound so lonely? I'm happy that I've learned more about him today. It's almost like he finally opened up. But why do I also feel sad?
We've talked for too long. What do you say about walking you home?
I'd like that. Suddenly the bird started making noise as if alerting them of impending danger.
Penelope, why are you with that man again?
It was Penelope's father, Prince Icarius.
And why are you outside?
He clicked his tongue and muttered.
I thought I told the servants to keep her in. Come, Penelope, we're going home.
The girl trembled. Unconsciously, she hid behind Odysseus while clutching onto his tunic. He gently touched her hands as if to reassure her, before turning his attention back to her father.
Icarius, I was the one who called her out here. I just wanted to chat is all, so I snuck her out.
Penelope blinked, making her look up to Odysseus's face. The way he spoke was calm, even though he was lying through his teeth.
Penelope,
she flinched when he called her name.
You were a great help.
Huh? He then gently urged her to come out of hiding from behind him, and pushed her toward her father.
Apologies for taking her without permission. I just wanted to ask her some things about your homeland. I was hoping for prospective business opportunities with you, but you've been busy, so I...
Before he could finish, the man had grabbed Penelope and pulled her away from him.
Save your breath, Odysseus, he replied bluntly. Penelope, let's go.
She could only keep her mouth shut as she gave Odysseus one final glance, and noticed that he had grabbed one of her ducks and was seemingly whispering something to the bird. Oh!
Didn't I tell you not to associate with that man?
Penelope only hung her head low as she listened to her father nag. She was an obedient child for the most part, so she wasn't used to getting scolded like this. His presence was suffocating, had always been. She just wanted him to leave.
And again, I can't blame you. That man's sweet tongue is too formidable,
he muttered to himself. While he mulled, Penelope's attention went off somewhere else. The duck that had just flown inside her room. It was the same duck that Odysseus was holding earlier. With its quack, all the other ducks began quacking as well. The duck then waddled over next to her, so she picked it up. Penelope blinked. The duck quacked quietly, bearing instructions. They were Odysseus's. Did he come up with this on the spot? The quacks were ignored by her father, given that all the other ducks in the room were quacking quietly as well, as per instructed by this duck when it came in. Meanwhile, her father seemed to have finally composed himself.
These ducks are so noisy as always. Such nuisance, he said, a little annoyed. Listen, dear, that man is just using you.
His tone was much gentler now compared to before. Perhaps he had convinced himself that Penelope was just a victim of the trickster.
I don't know what he told you, but I'm sure that he's plotting something. He must be trying to get to your cousin through you.
Looks like father is still convinced that Odysseus is after Helen.
So tell me, what did the two of you talk about?
Penelope pursed her lips. If there was something she learned over the past few days, it was that she was a terrible liar. But she had to try. Deep breath, avoid eye contact. Look sad. Those were part of the instructions that the duck had brought. Her heart was pounding loudly in her chest, and her anxiety was building up. Simply mustering herself to speak was such a daunting task. Well, he just asked how our land is, like, our specialities and trade routes, yes.
Not that I knew any of those.
Her father scratched his chin as if mulling over her words.
Did he ask you for anything in return for that?
Her duck chimed in. Not that Icarius could understand. Oh, right. I asked him what you were like. He raised a brow.
Oh?
I wanted to know what kind of ruler father was like. Her voice shook as she spoke. Of course, it was because she was nervous, but it made her sound shy.
Her
father made a long hum.
I see. He smiled widely. My dear, you could have asked me. I didn't know you were interested in hearing stories about your father.
His mood seemed to have immediately been uplifted. Yeah, I wasn't. Odysseus only instructed me to. Odysseus' instruction through the duck messenger was as follow. Is that a typo? I think it's where it's supposed to be as follows. Pretend that I was inquiring about the specialties and trade routes of your father's land. To corroborate with his earlier lie. If he asks what I offered you in return, tell him you wanted to hear about Icarius from me as a fellow ruler. I'm unsure why this, of all things. Lastly, just keep calm, take deep breaths, avoid eye contact, and pretend to be sad. It was kind of him to give these last pointers. And best of all, these were all delivered to her in plain sight, through duck language.
Oh, my sweet innocent child, we'll have a long talk once we return home. Which will be in 2 or 3 days.
His declaration almost made Penelope raise an objection. But she stopped, realizing that she wasn't sure how to defend it. After all, she had been wanting to return home since she arrived there. At least until she met Odysseus. Hold on. I don't want to leave because of Odysseus.
Well now, have a good rest, my dear. I should get Tindarius to increase security here.
Were his last words before leaving the room. As soon as he left, Penelope let out an exasperated sigh. That scared me. And with that, the duck leapt down to the floor.
And I'm surprised that even worked. You were a terrible liar. But I guess, like they say, a man becomes a fool when it comes to their daughter, or something. Thankfully, it's easy to rein in those types. You just have to feed their ego.
Odysseus.
Waddle over him? What the hell? I'm saving because I am intrigued.
Did you climb again? He nodded sheepishly.
Thankfully, your room is kind of in a blind spot, so no one saw me hanging off that one pillar. So does nothing happen?
So like if I hug him, we hug him, and then we go back to the same dialogue? Without warning or thinking, Penelope glomped on the young man.
Whoa. What's with the warm welcome?
Despite his joking tone, he began rubbing her back as if to comfort her.
You miss me already.
Not really.
Blunt, huh?
I just wanted a hug.
Shit, that's too cute.
He proceeded to pat her head before finally separating from her. Did you climb again? He nodded sheepishly.
Thankfully, your room is kind of in a blind spot, so no one saw me hanging off that one pillar. I probably looked like a monkey back there.
Hanging?
How else would I be able to hear your conversation? I was worried, you know. For a supposed favorite child, you don't seem close. No matter how I look at it, your relationship is strange.
Well, her words were caught in her throat. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to speak.
You were trembling when he appeared earlier.
Penelope blinked. I was?
Yes, even before, I was worried.
She pursed her lips and hugged herself, before walking over to her bed to have a seat. Odysseus followed her with his sight, and then knelt in front of the girl. He then took her hands into his and looked straight into her eyes.
I don't want to pry if you don't want to talk. But if there's something going on with you and your father, I'll do what I can to help.
Thank you, but it's nothing. It's more on me, really. A stupid thing that happened many years ago. She gently pulled away from his hands and forced a smile. See, it's something that happened when I was still an infant. I've only heard it from others, so I don't know the actual reason, but some said father wanted a son. Others said there was a prophecy involved. Either way, father wanted me gone and tried to drown me in the sea. Oh, that is where the infanticide lore piece comes from. He threw me into the water as a baby. Luckily, I was saved by ducks. At that, one of the ducks leapt onto her lap. Having survived that ordeal, he took it as a sign of good omen and named me Penelope. Which meant duck. Does it actually? Quite silly for me to still be hung up on. The young man wrapped her in his arms.
It's not silly.
His voice shook when he spoke.
It doesn't matter what his reason was.
Odysseus.
I know I'm a hypocrite for talking over this. My hands are far from clean. But even I know that trying to kill your infant daughter is unforgivable. Did he even ever ask for your forgiveness?
No. But he's been kind to me. And he gives me what I ask for. Not that I ever ask for much.
Just like when you asked him to let us stay together. How could you say that he's kind to you? That he gives you anything, when he couldn't even fulfill a simple request from his daughter? When he shuts her in her room just because he didn't want her to meet her friend? When he keeps cutting off her words? When he turns a deaf ear to her pleas? It doesn't matter if you were an infant, or if you didn't even remember it. If what he did was such a trivial thing, then why do you continue to tremble at his presence? You shake, even though his words are kind. Penny, you deserve better.
Penny, the nickname he had bestowed to her. Hearing him call her with such endearment sent butterflies fluttering in her stomach. The girl pursed her lips, her fingers curled on the young man. It was true. She feared her father. She never felt safe around him. No matter how much he smiled at her, or no matter how gentle he acted, her whole body would feel cold. I admit, I've never really thought much about my father's attempt to take my life. Her lips finally moved. No one else spoke up about it, so I always thought that it might just be me. Everyone says that I'm lucky to be his favorite and that he's such a kind father. So I've always believed that I must be in the wrong. But it's true. Whenever father is around, I feel uncomfortable, suffocated. Her fingers gripped on Odysseus even tighter, but he didn't react. I feel like I'm being drowned. I get scared when he speaks. I always fear that he might throw me away. So I've always preferred staying away from him. I love my ducks, but I've always felt that this was a ludicrous way of being named. I disliked my name. It always reminded me of the fact that father tried to kill me.
When we first met, I thought your name meant weaver.
He let out a sigh.
Even so, I still do stand by my word. I think that your name is pretty.
He touched her cheek and pushed back a strand of her hair behind her ear.
You were named after those that saved you. And it's because of them that we can meet like this. Right, guys?
The ducks surrounded her and began nuzzling the girl, as if comforting her. I see. Thank you, Odysseus. If father had a heavy, uncomfortable presence. Odysseus has always been the opposite. His presence was comfortable. She couldn't help but smile when he's around. Even when he'd tell her mean things, they're never out of malice, but pure playfulness. She couldn't help but want to know more about him. Whenever he's not around, she'd always feel like seeking him out. Just as he sought her out. What does that... As a friend, right?
No, thank you.
Odysseus's voice brought her back. Huh? Oh, yes.
It's been a long day. A lot happened, huh?
Penelope could only nod. She learned about Odysseus's honest feelings, and the same was true for him. It was a little overwhelming, yet she felt like a heavy weight had been lifted off her chest.
Hey, do you want to come with me to Ithaca?
She blinked. That was out of nowhere.
Away from your father.
But even if I do, father...
It doesn't matter what your father wants. All I care about is what you want. If it's something you want, I will make it happen. So, do you want to come with me?
I've known father all my life, and I've only known Odysseus for a few weeks. Could I really?
Yes?
Yet I feel more at ease with Odysseus than I have ever been with father. Yes, I still want to come with you.
Good answer.
He patted her head. And with that, he slid down the pillar from her window. Penelope barely managed to bid him goodbye. This is the same thing with the foot race? It had been 2 days since Penelope had seen Odysseus. Just as her father had said, the girl wasn't allowed to leave her room. It was practically a house arrest. Security had also been increased, and the route that Odysseus used to take was now heavily guarded. It was no wonder the young man hadn't been able to visit. We're supposed to leave today. She kept pacing around her room while her ducks followed behind. Walked across the room, sat on her bed, stood up, walked over to the window, back on the bed. Rinse and repeat. The past couple of days had been eventful. Despite being holed up in her room, Penelope was able to gather some information about what had been going on outside. From her servant's gossip, it seemed that her cousin had finally made a move. The details were vague, but from what she had heard, there was a huge event today. Something about an oath. I think we've gone through this. Helen has unintentionally given us more time. On the bright side, this event had definitely delayed her father's plans for departure, since everyone in the palace had become too busy to tend to them. Ah! Just then, a certain duck flew through her window and right into her arms. Welcome back, little one. Has Odysseus left you any message? He asked father for my hand in marriage.
So they still get married, but they remain friends?
After the initial shock, she let out a defeated sigh. Don't tell me this was his plan. If Odysseus took her in as his wife, then he'd definitely get her away from her father. That was certainly one way to go about it. A loveless marriage, she muttered to herself. It's not like she never imagined of ever being in one.
So is the true ending they get married, but she doesn't love him? That is so fucking sad.
In fact, that was the only future she expected to have. It was the norm to marry for practical reasons, such as increasing wealth or power rather than marrying for love. I guess I'd consider it fairly lucky if it were Odysseus. She paused. Wait, I wouldn't mind if it's him. Why am I thinking of this? Deep breaths. And yet father hasn't made an effort to at least inform me. Knowing the fact that her father hadn't given her so much as a peep about it was disheartening. She wouldn't care as much had the person been someone she had never met, and she did have such suitors in the past. At least that's what she heard from the grapevine. Either way, she was certain that they were only after the Spartan throne, because why else would you want the duck girl? However, Odysseus was different. Her father was aware that they had known each other. How could he not even make an effort to inform her? Hold on. Am I angry? I'm angry? Goodness, I don't think I've ever felt this kind of anger before. Indeed, she felt a strange seething emotion within her. With that, she pulled herself back together. Anyway, go on. I'm trying to look through the walkthrough. She told the duck. She blinked. I see. Father challenged him to a foot race. Penelope pursed her lips. Honestly, she had never seen her father run, but she knew that he was a champion foot racer. And he had never been beaten. Of course, this did not surprise her. She had heard that this was how he conducted himself to her potential suitors in the past. There's more? She held her breath at that quack. Odysseus says he's sorry for forcing this on me. And he promises that everything will be fine? The girl and her ducks fell silent. He's planning to tie himself to me just to get me away from father. Aren't his methods a little too drastic? You don't understand? Well, as intelligent these children are, I think that's a typo. They're still ducks. I don't think I can explain this. A duck beside her chimed in. What's the matter with it? The other duck added, he likes me anyway. And I like him too? Well, yes, I do. But as a friend. She paused. As a friend? The girl muttered to herself with a tone of uncertainty. Do I really only like him as a friend? We like him as a friend. Yes, definitely. He's my best friend. She affirmed to herself. Of course you're all my friends as well. Either way, I don't want to put all the burden on him. That's why I want to help. She turned her attention to the ducks. Everyone, I need your help. The ducks all cheered, although half of them didn't understand what they're cheering for. First, I need to know when the race will take place. She turned to the duck who had been staying with Odysseus as of late, the one he'd called Quackgiles. Little one, can you look into it? Now, I need to figure out how to slip through the servants and guards. I will also need to distract the security. Can you children make some trouble on the day of the race? The ducks flapped their wings, seemingly excited. The ducks have been trained to behave if they want to stay by her side. For once, they have permission to go wild. Of course, there will be carnage. I also need a group that will keep watch to ensure that the coast is clear. So a few of you will be watching from the skies. And then, the girl and the ducks discussed their plans throughout the day. The duck intel had reported that the foot race was to happen in 3 days. As she had expected, there had been no word from her father. If anything, the servants only informed her that your return home will be delayed. And of course, she had been asked to stay in her room. 2 days later. Despite being locked up in her room, Penelope definitely noticed how the palace had become busy. First there was Helen's engagement, and now it was the competition for her hand in marriage. From what she had gathered, it seemed that her uncle had graciously been active with organizing the event. She heard that he was treating it as a special tie-in event with Helen's engagement. At least, that's how the rumors went. The servants definitely seemed like they were keeping quiet about the nature of the event. Her father was definitely keeping Odysseus's proposal a secret from her. Do you think Odysseus can win? You do, huh? Well, either way, we should turn in for the night. She was about to head to her bed when the girl heard a rustling sound from the outside. Penelope walked over her window and opened them. I think that was like a weird sentence. I think it's supposed to be and opened it. Phew, good timing. Odysseus? Yes, this is Odysseus speaking. Does it matter what I pick then at this point? Because what is the difference between here? Protest, come with him, don't come with him. Ask his friends, don't take his hand, okay. I missed you? I missed you. Was the first thing she could muster herself to reply. It's been barely even a week, you know. But I feel the same. Aren't there guards outside? How did you get here? Let's just say I have connections. But enough of that. I'll be stealing you away tonight. What? But what about the competition tomorrow and... She trailed off. Taking her away would mean making a literal enemy, not only of her father, but of Sparta as well. Don't worry, we'll make it look like you just ran away.
So I need you to write a letter about how dissatisfied you are with your father. Just make something up, or you could be honest. It doesn't matter whichever one, but it has to be believable.
But Odysseus, knowing father, he'd point fingers at you. His daughter disappearing right before a competition for her hand? If Odysseus loses, then they'd easily make him take the blame. That his daughter eloped with the Ithacan king.
Oh, but Icarius never told you about my proposal now, did he?
That's true.
So as far as you're concerned, your father kept delaying your departure. It frustrated you that he had been ignoring you and cooping you up in here. That he wouldn't even let you attend this big event everyone's been talking about. So you decided enough is enough, and you ran away.
Still, she continued to protest, doubtful if they could pull this off without repercussions.
I know this is all too sudden, and I'm sorry I couldn't tell you this in advance. Making all the preparations took up most of my time, so... who am I kidding? No offense, but you're a horrific liar. I'm not sure how you've been getting away with your past attempts. But surely your luck would run out sooner than later.
I couldn't deny that. She could have slipped at some point, had she known about it. Odysseus was taking all precautions.
Anyway, I prepared an escort for you to sail in Ithaca. Once I've cleaned up everything here, I'll follow you there. You don't have to worry about the competition. No matter the outcome, Icarius will be the one paying.
Penelope fell silent. Was this really what she wanted? Odysseus had used the ruse of asking for her hand to divert everyone's attention to the foot race event, when in fact his goal was simply to stall for time and find an opening to smuggle her out to Ithaca.
You said you'd believe in me, right?
Penelope pursed her lips. She hesitated, but nodded all the while.
Then that's all I need. You'll be safe in Ithaca. I can't provide you with the same luxuries you received here since we're kind of poor, but I assure you that you and the ducks will love it there. It's close to the sea, and the scenery is wonderful. It can get rowdy with all the goats and sheep roaming about. Still, their antics do make it lively every day. Oh, and I also have a dog. You'll love him.
Argos! Ah!
The little guy's still small, but he's real chipper when it comes to hunting. Of course, I'll make sure he doesn't touch the ducks.
The way Odysseus spoke about his home had some strange warmth to it. I'm looking forward to seeing Ithaca then.
And I'm looking forward to having you become part of my home.
That night, Odysseus took Penelope with him and left her with one of his men. She and some of her ducks were escorted to a ship bound for Ithaca. Her disappearance was not known until after the foot race ended.
You're the one who took Penelope. I know I sought her hand in marriage, but for you to point fingers at me without evidence. Isn't that too much? In fact, shouldn't I be the one complaining here? Regardless of whether I win or lose, you promised me your daughter's hand. Yet she's nowhere to be found. You basically held a competition without having the prize on hand. Goodness, isn't that a scam? I think I'm the one who deserves a form of reparation here. Not to mention you shamed your brother who organized this whole event, as well as your niece Helen and her soon-to-be husband. After all, your daughter is your responsibility, no?
Odysseus and Tyndareus plotted against Icarus by secretly stealing his daughter away, because of the shame Icarius brought to his brother and for his attempted defamation of the Ithacan king. Icarius received much criticism not only from his own people, but as well from other kings who attended the event. In the end, he had to relinquish much of his power over to his brother Tyndareus. As for the missing princess, well, she was never found. Odysseus, catch that sheep!
What? But I'm still holding on to this.
Are you all right? Oh, they're so cute.
Do I look all right?
No, you look like a mess.
I need to see this.
Oh! She's holding a sheep and he's holding a pig?
Why, thank you, Duckomedes.
The little one says you look pathetic for a king.
Okay, never mind. No thank you, Duckomedes.
Is this really the job of a king?
Who knows? But it sure is the job of Odysseus, and I wouldn't give it away.
One day, a girl arrived on the small island of Ithaca. This girl settled in the land right next to their king's. It didn't take long for the people to notice that their king favored this girl. So everyone in Ithaca whispered of the ordinary girl that their king was smitten with. Some say she was a witch on the run. Others believed she might be a princess from a faraway land. They gossiped about the prospect of finally having a queen. But for some reason, the king never asked the girl for her hand. They questioned him. When do you plan to take her in as your wife? But he would only smile. No one understood why. One thing was for certain. Odysseus. Thank you for being my friend. He smiled.
Whatever makes you happy.
The ordinary girl, her ducks, and the king retained their friendship until the end of time. True friendship ending. Hooray! So, I have one ending left. Hopefully I can continue. Let's load over here. Protest, come with him. All of the above. Protest, come with him. I think last time we didn't come with him, right? Come with him. I do want to go. Fine. But please promise me you won't get caught.
I'll even make an oath if you want.
No, that'd be too much.
Then it's a promise. I'll have you know, I never make a promise I couldn't keep.
Oh, you.
So, shall we?
He took out a cloak from who knows where and draped it over Penelope's shoulders.
You better hold on to me. I'll help you out.
Penelope nodded. Odysseus then turned around, gesturing her to get on. Oh, I didn't think this through. Embarrassed she was, but Penelope steeled herself to wrap her arms around his neck, prompting him to lift her up his back.
Don't let go now.
He was about to leap out of the window before turning around to see the ducks quietly waddling from behind.
Sorry, you guys will have to hold the fort. Having ducks follow us around this time will make us stand out.
The ducks were about to quack in protest, but seemingly stopped. Perhaps they remembered that making noise could get poor Odysseus boiled. In the end, the ducks backed out and made themselves comfortable in the girl's room. They were trying to inconspicuously sneak out after all, and a team of ducks tailing them would be most discernible. Penelope's foul friends has to sit this one out. I think that's another typo. I think it's supposed to be plural. And so Odysseus leapt out of the window and grabbed onto the pillar with Penelope in tow. What'll you do if someone checks up on me? The two continued to chat as they headed down.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. You just have to have fun today.
Having reached the ground, Odysseus gently let Penelope down and then started leading the way. That's not fair. You have to have fun too. She spoke in a hushed voice.
Oh, right. I'll be sure to have fun if you'll have fun.
What's that supposed to mean?
Your happiness is my happiness?
Please don't say those kinds of things.
Why?
Aren't you embarrassed?
But I'm just being honest.
Stop being too sweet.
What was that?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay. Anyway, I'll take care of the guard and you just keep yourself hidden here, all right?
Penelope nodded. The young woman hid herself in the bushes, yet still close enough to see Odysseus speaking with the sentry. She couldn't make out what they were talking about, but as soon as Odysseus finished, the guard rushed off, abandoning his position. Odysseus then looked around and scurried over to Penelope's place.
Let's get out of here before he returns.
He called out softly while helping her up. What did you tell him?
Oh, that a couple of angry women are looking for him.
I don't get it.
Anyway, we'd better hurry. He'll be back soon.
Is it all right to leave this area unguarded?
Should be fine. I mean, what kind of fool would steal from the King of Sparta?
You? And I'm pretty sure Helen was kidnapped a few years ago. Oh dear, I should tell Uncle to tighten his security. After Odysseus leaves, of course. I'd rather we take advantage of this while we can. Unbeknownst to Penelope, she would neglect telling her uncle about this, which would later launch 1,000 ships. But that's a story for another time. Wow, it's so lively here. The market was filled with busy people, children, and even animals carrying wares.
Hey, careful there.
Penelope was pushed by the crowd and would have fallen down if Odysseus had not caught her. But now, she was holding onto his arms. Sorry about all that. I must have gotten too excited. Wasn't this the same situation when we first met? Except the little ones aren't here today. Oh goodness, they aren't here! And the late realization suddenly hit her. Penelope had always been with her ducks. She was never seen without them. Without her ducks, well, without them she suddenly felt so vulnerable. I was with Odysseus this whole time, so I must have felt too comfortable. Odysseus, maybe we should go back. She stuttered weakly while clinging tightly onto his tunic. Her head was kept ducked down as if trying to hide. It didn't work.
You're chickening out now.
I just remembered that crowds scare me. She squeaked in a small voice.
Oh.
Gently, he pulled her hands from his clothes, but instead of letting go, he continued holding on to her hand instead, and then pulled her ever closer to himself.
How about now?
What are you doing?
You'd feel better if I'm closer to you, right?
How did you know? I mean, no. I do like your presence, but I just don't like being stared at.
But no one's staring.
She blinked. Penelope finally lifted her head and looked around, and indeed, everyone was too busy minding their own business. The children were too preoccupied with chasing their friends, while the market-goers were either browsing wares or were haggling with the shopkeepers. The girl had always been accustomed to having many eyes on her. After all, she was a princess who was perpetually surrounded by ducks. Today she was wearing a cloak which hid her face. One couldn't even tell if she was a man or a woman.
Remember, you're just plain old Penelope right now, so you don't have to concern yourself with anything else except having a grand time with me.
At his words, Penelope's shoulders sagged in relief. In an instant, her worries melted like ice. Her ducks may not be around, but she still has him. It's almost like he's one of the ducks. Did Odysseus just get duck-zoned? You know, you almost sound like you're used to sneaking out.
She hit the bullseye. Okay, fine. I may have the hobby of going out in disguise.
Her face screamed, that's a strange hobby.
In my defense, it's also work. I need to see the situation of my people in person, you know? If I come down to town for an official visit, everyone changes their routine in front of me. You get what I mean, right?
Yes, of course. I'm just pulling your leg.
Is it just me, or have you gotten mischievous lately?
Whose fault do you think that is?
Fine. Fair. Enough chit-chat. At this rate, we won't get the chance to look around. It'll be my treat today, so feel free to pick out anything.
Okay. Not like I had the time to bring spending money with me. And so the two began roaming the streets, browsing through the different goods. There were handmade children's toys, which Penelope picked up one after the other. She wondered if the ducks would like one. There were also small, colorful trinkets which Odysseus kept insisting on getting her. But Penelope wasn't too keen on them. Rather, she insisted that Odysseus try them on instead. Her noisy back and forth ended up getting them kicked out by the shopkeeper. Both Odysseus and Penelope then took interest in a section of the market filled with imported goods. The shopkeeper told them tall tales about how his cloths came from Egypt, or how his jewelries originally came from a sunken Ethiopian ship. Penelope was admiring them until Odysseus whispered rather loudly to her that those were all fakes, citing that he could identify similar wares from merchants he had formerly made engagements with. The vendor ended up running off with his goods.
Sorry you had to witness that.
It's fine. I'm just impressed that you knew so much.
Well, what can I say? I'm awesome, aren't I?
Don't let it get over your head, please.
Yes, milady. I still impressed you, though. Let me take that credit.
Yes, yes. Yes, you did.
You two sure are close.
The two turned their heads to the middle-aged man who was running a fruit stall. He was half a head taller than Odysseus and quite thick in build.
Are you two husband and wife?
What? Penelope flinched at the question. She instinctively touched the hood of her cloak, noticing that it was close to slipping off, which somewhat revealed her face. No, we're not. Before she could complete her words, Odysseus suddenly pulled her close, wrapping a hand around her shoulder.
Yes, we are.
Odysseus, what are you... She spoke in a low voice. Odysseus just grinned and winked at her.
Oh, haven't seen you two around. Where are you two from? Me and my wife came from Crete. We're just passing by.
He looked around as if looking for something, or someone.
See, we're on the run.
He whispered to the now wide-eyed shopkeeper. Huh?
Oh? My family and hers have been rivals for many generations, so our parents refused our love. That's why we keep meeting up in secret. Until one day, my wife's family decided she was betrothed.
Where are you pulling this story from?
Which is why we decided to run away. But our families were both powerful, so we knew that it was a hopeless plan.
There's no way anyone would believe such a ridiculous tale.
She eyed the vendor.
He was holding his breath, with eyes filled with anticipation. He believes it?
That's why we went to a renowned oracle for advice. And he told us you must take the herb growing atop of this mountain on a moonlit night. Crush it and mix it with fresh olives and blood of a newborn calf. Offer libations to the gods, then drink the concoction before you sleep. So we did, and both of us ended up dying.
Say what?
What? How tragic.
He was crying. Mister, we're alive.
So while our families were preparing for our funerals, we found the opportunity to run away. After all, the mixture the oracle had given us only temporarily induces death. I'm not sure what happened to our families back home with our supposed missing bodies. I can only make assumptions. But the fact that we're here now must mean that the gods have heard our prayers and helped us escape. And then we went aboard a trading ship returning here to Sparta. While on board, I took odd jobs so they'd provide us with meals.
He gave Penelope a pat on the shoulder.
Now here we are, hoping to live our new lives.
She had no words.
Oh, I can't even imagine what you two have been through. I'm certain that you wonderful couple is blessed by the goddess of love herself.
That sentence is just a little weird English-wise. The man was bawling.
Here, take these.
He then shoved a bunch of pears into Odysseus's arms.
I wish that you two will live your new lives to the fullest. This old man will be cheering you on.
Oh, hold on. We cannot.
Thank you so much for your generosity. We're really grateful for your kindness.
Before Penelope can finish, Odysseus cuts her off.
Now we better get going, don't we, dear?
But
I wish all the happiness to come your way, mister.
he smiled and pulled Penelope with him. Odysseus managed to take Penelope to a less crowded street, with pears in his arm.
Phew.
He sighed and threw a fruit over to Penelope.
Let's take a break here.
She just stared at Odysseus's pear. You should return these.
Huh? I can't do that. It'd be discourteous to the good vendor. Had I refused these, it's like saying I don't trust his goods, but that they're not good enough for us.
Is that how it is? My father never allows me to leave on my own, so I don't know these little things. Still, he only gave them to you because you lied.
It's not like I spun that tale so that he'll give us free stuff. Besides, I slipped some money into his pouch.
When did he do that? But if he puts it that way, so accepting these was part of the act.
When you're trying to pull a wool over someone's eyes, you're better off giving them what they want without actually giving them what they want. In this case, accepting their gift, and I guess I could have stopped at that, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have been happy about that. So I paid for them anyway.
Isn't he a little too accustomed to lying? The girl paused to collect her thoughts. Everything just happened too fast. Odysseus lying to the vendor didn't sit well with her, but she understood why he did it. In the end, she just sighed. And who's to say you're not pulling the wool over my eyes and you're just saying that you paid for it just to satisfy me?
Wow, you learn fast.
You didn't actually pay?
I did. Though that thought of keeping these for free may have crossed my mind.
Penelope pouted.
Look, I don't really like lying to you unless I really have to.
Maybe I'm being too hard on him. I know he's only doing this for our sake. Besides, the vendor was entertained by the story. Odysseus's tales are definitely interesting. She mulled. Fine, I'll let him go this time. Even if it was a lie, everyone was happy in the end, right? You know, if you weren't a king, you'd make a good storyteller.
You think? Maybe I should Maybe I should consider that profession if I ever end up as a fugitive.
How did you jump to that?
I mean, I just borrowed a precious Spartan princess. Pretty sure this won't be my last dip into trouble. I should be considering my choices.
How about not getting into trouble?
No can do.
But in a way, his defiance is quite endearing.
It's only fair because you had it for a longer time yesterday. No, it's not.
Oh, Penelope and Odysseus paused, noticing 3 children arguing over something.
But your time is up, so it's my turn. If you don't let him have it, then I won't be able to play later.
The tallest was a blonde boy, while the smallest was a black-haired girl. In between them was a brunette lad. The blonde boy was holding a wooden toy horse.
I said no. Not fair. No, you're not fair.
Penelope turned to her side. Odysseus, maybe we could...
Hey, kiddos, what's going on here?
Did he read my mind? Penelope scurried behind him.
You were too obvious.
I really need to work on hiding how I feel.
So, what's up, kids?
Lexius won't let Macarios have his turn with our toy. And I'm next to Macarios, so I can't get my turn. Hey, you shouldn't be talking to creepy old strangers.
I'm not creepy. Or old, for that matter. I'll have you know I'm a renowned mediator. A young one. Both children and adults would come to me when they have disputes.
Is he lying to the kids? The eldest kid stared at him with suspicion, but the other 2 looked at him with awe.
Besides, didn't your parents teach you kiddos that you should treat strangers with respect? For all you know, I might be a god in disguise.
The eldest child flinched. Aren't you being petty?
You're right. Sorry, mister.
The child bowed his head.
Not a problem. Now, if I understand correctly, you, Alexius.
Yes?
The child raised his head.
Why won't you let Macarios have his turn?
'Cause you played with it for an extra hour yesterday. That's only because you were taking so long. But my mom made me do chores. That's not my fault. I just want to play the horsey.
Odysseus and Penelope looked at each other. The young king then clapped, which grabbed the attention of the three children.
All right then, let's get rid of the horse. Problem solved.
What? No. No way.
A black-haired girl is close to crying. Odysseus, that doesn't solve anything.
But the root of the problem is the toy, so getting rid of the root should fix things, right?
But no one will be happy with that situation. Oh, but no one will be happy with that solution.
At least it's a fair and peaceful one.
I mean, I don't know about fair, but that solution won't make anyone happy. All right, how about this? Penelope crouched in front of the little girl and wiped her tears. What did you three do before you had the toy?
We'd run and hide and find each other. Sometimes we'd play house. I don't want to play house. I do like hiding.
Then why don't you two play together first and let Alexis play with his toy?
I guess. I like playing with Macarios. Hey, wait. You're gonna leave me out. Well, you have your toy. But
Alexius, why don't you play with the toy with everyone then? Wouldn't it be more fun that way?
I guess.
And you two, are you okay with letting Alexius and his horse play with you?
Horsey can be the pet. We're not playing house. I like playing house.
You can play Macarios' game after playing house, right?
Yeah. Fine.
And the three children happily walked away to find a place to play. I'm glad that worked out well. Odysseus?
Oh, you handled that nicely.
The little ones, ducks, are quite rowdier than that. You have no idea how often I had to discipline them back in the days.
You could have just said that the other two will never play with him again if he refuses to share. Fear is an easier tool.
That's horrible.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're kind.
He gave her head a pat. Anyone would have done that.
Not me.
Right. Earlier you did make everyone happy.
Oh, you mean with the stall owner? It's not like that was my intention. I was just trying to keep up our ruse and blend in. Besides, we kind of ended up swindling him.
I did agree to slip out here with him, so I'd say I also bear the burden for that.
Now, solving ownership disputes, especially among children, that's the most taxing.
Oh yes, speaking of, you lied to those children, didn't you?
Huh?
About being a renowned mediator.
I am, though. People from far away even come to me for counsel. Rulers, merchants, shepherds, fishermen, children, you name it. I've had my fair share of advisories.
Is he actually really famous? But we couldn't possibly be far in age. What am I doing with my life?
You don't believe me, huh? I'm renowned throughout all of Greece, you know.
You don't seem like it.
Hey, if it were up to me, I could have already solved Tinde-
Go get them birds!
As evening fell, the familiar market ambience was suddenly drowned by an almost eerie sea of quacks. A flock of ducks waddled and flew over their direction. The birds were practically in a frenzy.
What's going on? Why are these ducks going nuts?
Shopkeepers were chasing from behind. Oh no, not this again. Odysseus pulled Penelope toward him.
Follow me. Can't believe we managed to lose them.
With Penelope in tow, Odysseus had grabbed the girl to run further away from the crowded streets. I'm sorry that happened.
No, wait, what even happened back there? I thought we left the little guys back in your room.
Well, yes, those are wild ducks and ducks from the market. Odysseus couldn't tell them apart. The ducks themselves were harmless, but if people saw the girl being crowded by new feathered friends, well, a duck spectacle was definitely not good for laying low. Sooner or later, a soldier or guard could have been called, and Penelope would have been discovered. See, that's another reason I'm always surrounded by ducks. My usual flock would fend away the others, so I'm normally with the familiar group. But when I attract an unfamiliar flock, things get troublesome.
So you literally attract ducks?
You can put it that way. In fact, some of the ducks over at Uncle's palace are unfamiliar to me.
Wow, does that mean whether you like it or not, ducks just keep coming at you?
Of course I like it. I love them. They don't mean harm. But, yes, when I was younger, I tried asking the little ones to leave me on my own so that I could make human friends. But just as I'm about to get to know someone, a flock of wild ducks would suddenly start crowding me. And then people would get scared or annoyed that it smells like duck here, or these birds are creepy. So I ended up giving up on making other friends. It's been a while since this kind of thing happened, and we were at a crowded market, so I didn't think... She trailed off, feeling guilty about the whole predicament. I caused trouble for the market, didn't I? Odysseus huffed and crossed his arms over his chest.
I see. I was the one who brought you here, so don't be too hard on yourself. Besides, the market experiences its fair share of trouble every now and then. A duck outbreak is just another one of those days.
He shrugged.
Either way, I still think ducks are pretty great.
Hearing those words made Penelope feel a tinge of happiness. That despite everything, Odysseus still had a positive image of ducks. What makes you like ducks anyway?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm particularly fond of ducks. I just like all animals. You could say I grew up surrounded by them. When I was a kid, I'd often stay over at our swineherd's home. I'd find myself playing with the animals at the farm. Cows, ducks, goats, pigs, you name it. I'd get myself scolded because I'd return home all covered in mud and dirt.
You seem like a troublesome child.
Aren't I still?
You're not a child anymore.
A child at heart.
Why do you sound so proud? She giggled.
At least you're laughing again.
Penelope was taken aback by his final quip. Somehow, she felt her heart leap for a second. Was he trying to cheer her up?
It's getting dark. We'd best head back. I don't think it's a good idea to use our usual route. We should take a more secluded path. This area may be less crowded, but there's still some people here. More ducks might arrive soon, so I say it'd be better to move somewhere with even less people. So, shall we go?
Okay, fine. It's almost over. Honestly, I don't want this day to end. Odysseus took Penelope through a remote route back to the palace. And surely a few more feathered friends appeared along the way and started following the two.
We're almost there.
Soon enough, it was apparent that Odysseus had led the girl out of the city. The voices of humans were replaced with the sound of nature. Seabirds, strong breeze, and crashing waves. Penelope froze. The route they took brought them by the shore. Before they could step on the sandy beach, the girl ducked behind him.
What's the matter? I know a way around the palace from here, just a little more.
He peered at the girl hiding behind him. She was shaking.
Is it cold?
He held out his hand to feel the temperature of the air. The girl shook her head. I just don't like the sea.
Huh. I wasn't expecting that.
He blinked, sounding both awkward and apologetic.
Should we take another route?
She shook her head again. It's late. I don't want to hold us back. I can continue. Just give me a bit of time to settle down.
Odysseus smiled. Then let's take a rest.
Thanks. And sorry about this. I just had an unpleasant accident in the past. In the sea. I don't really remember it, but I can't help but feel scared. Hearing the waves, seeing large bodies of water from up close, it makes me feel breathless. I know it's all just in my head. Funny, right?
Not at all.
He playfully pulled up the hood of the girl's cloak.
If you're scared, then you're scared. That's normal. It's not something to laugh at. This one's on me. I should have confided you with today's full itinerary.
Oh, no. Don't worry about it. I had fun today. Really. Odysseus smiled apologetically.
Like I said, if you're scared, then you're scared. You don't have to let me off. But I had fun too. I'm glad you enjoyed my shoddy tour.
His tone was kind and gentle. It was strangely comforting. Odysseus then let out a long sigh.
Unfortunately, this means you really couldn't visit me in Ithaca once this is all over, huh?
His tone once again shifted from soft to his usual playful one.
Being an island over the sea and all.
He stretched out his hand, pointing to the horizon.
Man, I was kind of hoping to show you around.
No, I will. I don't like the sea, but it's not like... I mean, look, I'm okay now. She flailed her arms around. A couple of ducks who followed them from the market tilted their heads.
Sure.
He gave her head a pat.
So you're just gonna dip your toes a bit?
The girl pouted and concentrated her eyes on the ground. She then grabbed onto her companion's sleeve. I'll be fine if you're around. Penelope finally looked up. As long as you're around, I won't be as scared. This morning, I was also anxious about being around people, but since you were beside me, I wasn't as scared. So, I'd like to see Ithaca too, with you, someday. I want to be with you. Odysseus didn't answer. Instead, he just averted his gaze and remained silent. Odysseus? He just let out a nervous laughter. I think that is also a typo.
I lost it for a moment there. Sorry. That almost sounded like a confession. Anyway, we should probably get going. Any more, and I might say something I'd regret.
Can you speak louder?
No.
Huh? Why?
Don't want to tell you.
You're being childish.
Child at heart, remember?
Fine. And thus the two continued to banter along their way back to the palace. Penelope's attention was on Odysseus the whole time. His presence was enough to keep her distracted. Thankfully, they were able to pass through the shore without much trouble. Oh, and yes, the young woman ended up taking home a few new duck friends. Not that anyone could tell. It was a long day. The most fun Penelope ever had. Penelope and Odysseus took a few days off after the little outing. Being a sheltered girl, of course Penelope's body ached after a full day of activities. Odysseus laughed at her when he learned about it. Penelope sulked. The two communicated their plans through their ducks. While Odysseus may not be able to understand the girl's feathered friends, they were at least able to communicate with simple yes and no. After all, the Spartan princess was still heavily guarded. Though honestly, she could swear that Odysseus could very easily get through all the security. Whatever he did on the day of the outing, she didn't dare ask. Somehow, no one really figured out that she was gone. Truly a master of escaping from work. Odysseus somewhere out there. Each day they spent exchanging messages. Penelope couldn't help but wish that she could see him too. Despite being a tease, despite being mischievous, despite being childish, somehow she found all sides of him to be endearing. I wish I'd feel better by tomorrow, then we can finally meet. And so, another day passed. Only 3 ducks accompanied her today. Okay, we've gone through this, and I'm pretty sure we're supposed to ask. Ask his friends. And we also don't take his hand. He did say that he was a renowned counsel. I'll find a way to tease him. 2 of them look at each other, then back at her. And then when he talked about himself, Odysseus sounded like a well-respected king. Which at the back of her mind was hard to believe, but at the same time, not unbelievable. How strange. He continued, in fact, Ithaca is just a small island over the sea. Although he did end up unintentionally swindling a shopkeeper that one time. And that one dubious advice he gave some kids. Still, he meant well. Okay, I feel like I'd like to know more about Odysseus. Should I really just trust him unconditionally? We will save. Apparently we're not supposed to take his hand for the true end. Interesting how even the romance route, you're supposed to not come with him. Okay, we're gonna not take his hand. No. Huh? Oh, sorry. Should we get going? She walked past him. I've been meaning to ask, where are your other duckies? Okay. Wait, so how did you get out of your room this time? Same way you did? We've gone through this. When you're trying to pull the wool over someone's eyes, you're better off giving them what they want without actually giving them what they want. Who is to say he's just showing me what I want to see? Maybe I'm thinking too deeply into this. It's not right for me to doubt him like this. Right?
Hey, what's with the frown?
Huh? Oh, I'm just thinking about something.
Oh, like what? Has someone caught your eye?
Has someone caught your eyes? I think that's technically a typo. I don't think there's a log, so I can't go back. Oh, I can scroll. Has someone caught your eyes? Yeah. What?
I mean, I get it.
Okay, we've gone through this. It's fine? It's fine. We've gone through that. Fuck, what did he ask us? Do you trust me? What if we say no? I want to believe in the Odysseus I knew, but
no. It's fine. I understand. Your father's right. You're probably better off without me.
Why does this sound familiar? Right. Herself. That was what she tried to tell him before when he said that they were friends. When she tried to push him away because she worried about having herself be associated with him. He was so friendly and bright. She had thought that someone like him easily made friends. It seemed that she couldn't have been more wrong.
Not everyone thinks badly of you. I'm sure you can make more friends. I guess this is a goodbye. I had fun.
Those parting words, Odysseus left. Wait! Before she could process everything, it had been too late. He was gone. Odysseus. In the end, who's the real Odysseus? The one I see or the one everyone else saw? Seeing that Penelope had been left alone, the ducks returned to her side. Did we fight? I'd say it's more of a misunderstanding. I should apologize, huh? I'll tell him that you'd like to play next time. But that was the last time I've ever seen Odysseus. I just heard the next day that he had returned to Ithaca. Of course, father would never let me see him. I didn't think that I'd lose a dear friend that day. Although things did change after that. After I returned to our home, I made friends. Odysseus was right. Not everyone thought badly of me. Sure, they thought I was weird, but they didn't mind the ducks much. They liked ducks. I guess many people actually do like ducks. I'm thankful to him. I wonder how he's doing. Odysseus. My first friend. Broken friendship end. Oh, shit. Can I get a broken romance end? I didn't get an achievement for that. Let me load. Don't take his hand. Skip, skip, skip. It's fine. Do I trust him? Yes.
But can I help it when you sound like you're confessing again?
Penelope made the tiniest squeak. You know it's not like that.
And there you are again. Okay, we've gone through this.
Quack, 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 quack. We're gonna hug him.
Remember that?
Remember that incident I mentioned when we were passing by the shore? See, it's something that happened when I was... Okay, she's telling him she drowned. What was the thing? I think this is him asking her to leave, right? Let me save just in case. We're gonna say no. Penelope bit her lip. She couldn't. The thought of going against her father scared her. Maybe it was for the best that she cut ties with him. Ithaca was a small, weak island. They couldn't possibly match up to Sparta. If she insists on siding with Odysseus, won't her father retaliate at some point? She didn't want to trouble Odysseus anymore. This is both for our own good. Finally, she shook her head. I'm sorry, Odysseus. I can't.
I see. Maybe I pried into your affairs too much.
Sorry.
Don't be.
He touched her cheek.
If you change your mind, just send me over a duck. I'll come running and I'll steal you away.
Oh, you. He gave her a pat on the head before waving his goodbye. Yes, this is for the best. I'm fine. I'll regret this, won't I? It had been 2 days since Penelope had seen Odysseus, just as her father said. Helen had yet to choose a suitor, but her father had asked her uncle to allow him and his daughters to go home. At least that's what she heard from their servants. I don't think father will allow us to say goodbye. You'll miss him, huh? Me too. Bad end. You're here just to see what happens, aren't you? Fuck. Okay. Okay, we're gonna say yes.
Penny.
I think this is the romance one. Like, this is the true romance ending. He patted her head.
Penny, you'll soon become the Queen of Ithaca.
And with that, he slid down the pillar from her window. Penelope barely managed to bid him goodbye. Hold on. Did he say queen? Okay, we've gone through this, and then we're gonna have the race again. Okay, he asked for my hand in marriage. After the initial shock, she let out a defeated sigh. I'm glad this one has the scroll wheel to go back. With Odysseus' parting words before he left, it wasn't like she hadn't at least figured that much. Still, hearing it from a quack was rather heart-racing. But more than that, and yet father hadn't made an effort to at least inform me. Okay, we've gone through them. Do we like him as a friend? I'm gonna fucking save just because. We're gonna say don't know. I want more from him. Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry. Either way, I don't want to put all the burden on him. That's why I want to help. Okay, she asked for the help. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. What is going on? Aren't these the young ladies' ducks?
Hurry, catch them, but you're not allowed to hurt them.
What? Why?
Her father will be furious if we upset his daughter. Ah! Why are you eating my hair?
No, don't touch that vase! Phase 1 complete. I'm sorry, everyone. I hope the little ones won't overdo it. When the child of morning, rosy-fingered Dawn, appeared, the state of King Tindarius was already bustling with activity. That line, when the child of morning, rosy-fingered Dawn, I think is a similar line you see multiple times repeated in the Odyssey. Of course it would, for a long-awaited event was to take place. This left Penelope's building rather short on numbers. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity. Fearful outcries resounded from the young lady's abode. The guards clamored and panicked, trying to round up the crazy ducks. Unfortunately, they couldn't acquire permission to execute drastic measures against the birds. Everyone of authority have gathered elsewhere, at the venue of that day's special event. To the right? All right. It's heavily guarded. Can someone distract the guard at the west gate then? We're close. Then someone has to go on ahead and search for Odysseus. She wasn't sure exactly how she could help Odysseus, but she wanted to do what she could. But she couldn't do anything if she's not there, no? Thus the operation to slip out of her room and watch the foot race commence that morning. So that she'd look inconspicuous, the girl had donned a servant's outfit that she had procured with the help of her feathery friends. Penelope, with the help of her ducks, then managed to navigate her way to the venue without getting caught. Until they finally reached the stadium. Odysseus is over there. He should be resting right now, huh? Did you make sure that no one else would be there? The duck nodded before waddling away. Not a minute later.
Ah! What's wrong with these birds?
Cries of terror erupted nearby. I'm sorry, but that should be the signal. And so Penelope scurried off to where Odysseus was supposed to be. Huh? Why are you?
Stare respectfully. I already censored myself last time. I'm not going to do it again. Huh? Penny, why are you here?
He paused, staring at her very, very flushed cheeks.
Oh, have you never seen a foot race before?
No, I just heard father was a racing champion.
Okay, we've already gone through this. Races are done nude. Well, now you know. Foot races are done naked. There are variations where we wear armor to simulate military training. Otherwise, we do it like this. But never mind that. I'm surprised your father would give you permission.
She shook her head. He hasn't even visited me since he told me we're going home.
And that would be what? About 5 days ago?
I snuck out.
What? I know Tindarius consolidated security here for the event, but I'm sure he didn't.
Odysseus mulled to himself. But before he could arrive at any conclusion, Penelope continued. I asked help from my ducks. Her comment definitely caught his attention.
You didn't bring down Duck Apocalypse, did you?
Last I heard, they were eating out the servants' hair and threatening to break Uncle's vases.
You should apologize to your uncle later.
Of course I will.
I guess that explains why the little guys aren't here right now. So, are you here to cheer me on?
If that will help you win, then yes.
You're so adorable.
It's the least I could do.
It's the best you could have done for me.
That said, okay, we've gone through this. She didn't really think Odysseus would be well-toned underneath his clothes. It made sense, though, since kings typically have to learn how to use weapons. Thus, they go through rigorous training. I'm not checking him out. I'm not checking him out.
She's totally checking him out.
Her sight caught a noticeable mark on his leg. Looking closer, it seemed to be an old wound.
What are you looking at?
Oh, Odysseus traced her line of sight.
That. It's a wound I got from a boar hunt. Pretty nasty, ain't it?
Penelope could only shake her head. It looked like it would have been painful.
I was 15 back then, just a little before I inherited the throne.
We've gone through this scene, so I don't know why we unlocked new lore.
Everyone just brushed it off as an unfortunate accident, but I soon figured that it was a ploy by one of my distant relatives to snuff me out.
Okay, this is new, I think. Wait, you mean?
Yeah, it was an assassination attempt. Lured me out and separated me from the group. Pretty smart of them to use a wild animal so it looked like an accident. And since I was young, no one really listened to me when I said that the whole thing was incited by someone.
Why are you smiling about this?
Huh? Oh, well, what else can I do? Cry? Get mad? Get scared? It's an old story. I've already given them their just desserts, so let's just say we're even now.
Could it be? Are they the ones you mentioned? Was that how you ended up being called Trickster?
Come to think of it, that's where it started, huh?
I think I understand Odysseus even better now. That's why he reacted strongly when he learned that Penelope was almost killed by her father when she was an infant. Everyone else treated it as an old incident to brush aside. Even Penelope herself was made to believe that it should be swept under the rug. Killing your own child was definitely not a norm, but it wasn't unheard of. Take Atalanta from one of Odysseus' stories, for example. She was born around the same generation as her father. She was abandoned in the forest to die as an infant, but she too survived after being cared for by bears. In the end, Atalanta grew up to be a hero. Perhaps Penelope's survival to her father was a sign that she would grow up to be a hero. That she would grow up to be someone of great renown. That's ridiculous. In the end, Penelope didn't grow up to have any affinity for warfare nor hunting. She wasn't even athletic at all. She had beauty, but it was one easily overshadowed by those gifted by the gods. The only thing special with her was her ability to speak with ducks. And no one believed that she could. Father must be very disappointed that I'm no good at anything then. He only saw me as an omen. That said, Odysseus was the exception. He cared. Perhaps it was because he was almost killed by a family member as well. And that no one listened to him. And that he had no one to lean on. And the difference between us was that he fought back on his own. You're strong, Odysseus. I wish I could be as strong as you. Even when you had no one by your side, you continued to fight.
Huh? Oh, well, I'd say I was just lucky. Besides, I mentioned it before, right? I did have supporters, it's just that they didn't have power like me. Most of them were servants or common folk who cheered on me.
I think that's a typo. Who cheered on me? I think it's supposed to be cheered me on.
Even if they couldn't do much, the fact that I knew they were on my side was enough to keep me going. There can be things you can't handle on your own, and that's fine. It's fine to ask for help. It's fine to lean on others. Even if it's just having someone cheer you on. Just having someone cheer on you.
Maybe it's not a typo. Maybe that's just the way they word their sentences. Is this thing, like, translated into a different language?
That's good enough. Sometimes all you need is a little push from others, and then you'll just be surprised that you can pull it off all along.
I think I understand. Normally, I never would have been able to voice any protest to Father. I never really had the courage to, at least for myself. But I did, because of Odysseus. Back when her father pulled her away from her new friend, Penelope voiced her dissatisfaction to him. Sure, it may not have moved the old man, but for the timid girl who had always kept her head low, it was a huge step. For her, who had never spoken against her father, it wasn't like he actively did anything to encourage her back then. Just the fact that he showed her kindness and given her the friendship she so longed for, was enough push.
Just like how you're going out of your way to be here right now. Your presence always gives me comfort. I feel like a winner already.
Her heart leaped. I know I've heard this from him before, but I can't help but feel embarrassed when he says it so casually.
So, I'd like to hear you call me out there, but you'll probably get caught, huh?
She shook her head. If that will help you win, then I'll cheer as loud as I can. The ducks will cheer on you, too. Yeah, I think it's just the way they've worded their sentences, but it's just so weird.
Good to know. Well, you'd better get going now. The race will start soon.
Okay, good luck. With that, Penelope ran off to the stadium.
I hope Tindarius managed to put the drug in the drinks. Oh! I can't win this one on my own.
Wow! Penelope sat at the audience area with her ducks scattered across the stadium. There were a lot more people than she expected. Her uncle likely invited even the common folk to attend. There are so many people. And she may or may not have forgotten that she gets anxious around crowds. The duck on her lap nuzzled her. Thank you. I'll be fine. The girl stroked the bird.
And now, we're about to begin the competition for Lady Penelope's hand in marriage.
The announcer down below broadcasted with a booming voice. Okay, ads on Twitch have started. I gotta pee, so I will be back. So far, I do like the true ending a bit better than like the romance endings. There are 2 locked achievements on Steam, and I can only assume that one of them is to like get all the endings, including all like the bad ones. Anyways, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if we'll collect all the pieces of lore yet. We're missing 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if we'll get all of them. Might as well read some of these while the ads are still playing. Argos! Oh! Odysseus' hunting dog, a truly good doggo. In the Odyssey, Odysseus returned to Ithaca after 20 years of being away. He disguised himself as a beggar to survey the situation when Argos wagged his tail for him. Painfully, Odysseus had to pretend not to know Argos, but he recognized the old dog's loyalty. The canine passed away not long after recognizing his master's return. Yeah, it was very sad. Aphrodite, ancient Greek goddess of beauty, love, and lust. According to myth, Prince Paris of Troy was chosen to pick the most beautiful goddess among Aphrodite, Athena, and Hera. He ended up picking Aphrodite, who promised him the hand of Helen, which sparked the Trojan War. Our Odyssey continued to curse Prince Paris throughout his long Odyssey. Our Odysseus. How could you be so fucking stupid? We have Atalanta. A well-known hero who was part of the Argonauts, she was most known for her participation in the Caledonian boar hunt. Oh my god, here it is, the mentioned race. After her heroics, Atalanta wanted to remain a maiden, but she was pressured by her father to find a husband. So she instigated a challenge. Whoever defeats her in a foot race shall be able to wed her. Odysseus and Penelope later thought, she's like us for real. Autolycus. Odysseus' grandfather from his mother's side, Autolycus was a son of Hermes, the messenger of the gods. So yes, our Odysseus has the blood of a god flowing in his veins. Autolycus gave Odysseus his name. Some accounts say that Autolycus once stole cattle with Heracles ending up taking the blame. Up until his deathbed, he denied it with a chuckle. Odysseus. Then we have drachma, which is I think the currency, right? The currency used in ancient Greece around the 6th century BC. Each city minted their own coin, featuring symbols of their own city, like an owl, horse, or dolphin. Coins were normally made with silver, and gold was rarely used. The setting of this story actually predates the use of this currency, so rather than money, exchanging goods and services was the norm. But let's say that they already had coins in this universe. Actually, I paid with my story. That's some premium service. Quote, Mr. Is he really a king or a storyteller? We have Euramius. In the Odyssey, when Odysseus finally managed to return to Ithaca, he disguised himself as a beggar and found himself as a guest of the swineherd, Eumaeus. He fed and housed the disguised Odysseus, properly adhering to Xenia. Despite his long absence, Eumaeus expressed how much he treasured Odysseus as his master. Later on, Odysseus revealed his identity to Eumaeus and fought together with him against the suitors who had taken over his home. Special shout out to Philetius, Odysseus' cowherd, who also fought with him against the suitors. The goat herd was a traitor. I can't remember if Eumaeus or Philetius died during that battle with the suitors. I feel like one of them did. I can't remember. Golden Fleece. The treasure that the Argonauts sought out to find. Jason, cousin of Odysseus, was the leader of the Argonauts. He needed the Golden Fleece to prove himself worthy to succeed his father's throne. If I were him, I would have just grabbed a random wool and painted it gold, says Odysseus while drinking with his friends. I can't remember what the Golden Fleece is supposed to do. If I remember something about healing, I can't quite remember. Kiss, what is this? In ancient Greece, kissing could be a show of respect or even just a simple greeting between friends. If the kiss was an expression of love, doing so in public was frowned upon. Women initiating the kiss also had negative connotations attached. For our poor naive Penelope, she had no idea about all that. Odysseus might faint if the little lady keeps this up. Libations! These are just offerings to the god, right? Offerings to a god or gods, usually in the form of wine, milk, or oil. Whichever one you use may have a different symbolism. Libations were also offered to honor the dead. Libations were normally offered to altars or poured to the ground. Odysseus' boar hunt. When he was 15, our Odysseus was dragged by his grandfather to hunt a boar, which resulted in a leg injury. In the Odyssey, Odysseus went undercover as a beggar to scope out the state of his masterless household. His injury was discovered by a female servant, Euryclea, which gave away his identity as the master of the house. So he had her swear to keep it a secret until he could make his move. He also used this injury to prove his identity to a couple of male servants, Eumaeus and Philetius, who would later take up arms to help him against the suitors. I think they also, because I think also some of the female servants were not doing their jobs, so I think they were also made to pay, from what I remember from reading the Odyssey. In this iteration, the hunt was also a ploy by his relatives to seize the throne. Please don't write that down on your essay. I bet you some people did. This is why I chuckle to myself sometimes after listening to Epic the Musical. How many people quoted plot points from the musical instead of the actual poem? Alright, Oracle. Priests or priestesses who communicate with the gods to deliver their message. They provide guidance and counsel to those in need. Travelers, farmers, royals, kings, anyone was allowed to consult an oracle as long as they followed basic customs. An oracle can be consulted on matters concerning national affairs, whether to go to war or not, or to answer simple requests such as helping a couple bear a child. Unfortunately, the responses could be too vague to interpret most of the time. Penelope! Odysseus wanted to marry Penelope, which is why he drafted the Oath of Tyndareus in order to gain her father's favor. Penelope met Weaver, alluding to Penelope's trick in the Odyssey, which fooled her unwanted suitors for years. According to myth, she told the suitors that she would choose one of them after she finishes weaving a shroud. Unbeknownst to these men, she would undo her work every night. Somehow this worked for 2 whole years until one of her servants revealed the trick. She couldn't even get mad, because seriously, how did that even work? Penelope could also mean a type of duck. Penelope is Penelope Duck, so she can talk to ducks. I don't know this duck. That is something that has also baffled me. Like, what do you mean they believe this woman took, like, 2 whole ass years to weave something? And it, like, placated them. Prince Paris, the idiot who abducted the Queen of Sparta. Quote, Odysseus crashing out. Prophesied to bring the downfall of Troy, his father King Priam attempted to abandon his son at a mountain. But as fate would have it, the boy survived. Paris was known for his judgment, so Zeus threw his problem at the boy when the 3 goddesses, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, sought a solution to their problem. He was the fairest of them all. Each goddess offered him a bribe, and the young man ultimately picked Aphrodite for offering the most beautiful woman in the world as his wife. And thus Helen, who was already married by then, was abducted by Prince Paris with the aid of the goddess Aphrodite. Okay, we've got 2 more, and then we'll continue the true ending. Theseus. When Helen was a child, she was abducted by Theseus, king of Athens, and one of the sons of Poseidon, god of the sea. Helen's brother Pollux and Castor attacked Athens in retaliation to rescue her while Theseus was trapped in the underworld. Then we have Zeus. This man is a fucking mess. The chief deity of the Greek pantheon as well as the god of sky and thunder. He was married to Hera, the goddess of marriage, family, and childbirth, although he was also well known for his numerous affairs that his children consisted of gods, demigods, and mortals alike. Helen and the hero Heracles were among those he had fathered. Zeus had numerous myths where he disguised himself among mortals, be it as an animal or as another human. In one of these stories, Zeus in disguise, along with Hermes, was turned away by citizens when he asked for food and lodging. In retaliation, he punished the whole valley with the exception of a couple who accepted the 2 gods in their home. Okay, back to the true ending. I still couldn't believe Father didn't at least tell me this.
Today we have 10 contenders vying for Prince Icarius' daughter. Who will come out victorious?
10? I thought this was just Father and Odysseus. This is much bigger than I expected. Suddenly she felt even more nervous. How did it come to this?
As usual, the losers of the match shall forever be banned from stepping foot on Sparta. So no second chances.
Oh, we have this rule? Why am I bombarded with revelation after revelation? I guess this is the limit to having the ducks gather information. They don't pick up on things that you don't specifically ask of them. Ask them of? I think that's technically right. I'm gonna have to, like, write down that sentence, though.
And now, without further ado, here are our runners for today.
And of course, they were all almost naked. The contenders were all big, burly, and well-toned. Her father wasn't among them, though. He'll probably have a special entrance later. She felt blood rushing to her head. For a girl who had been sheltered for all her life, seeing these many men almost buck naked was overstimulating. Stay strong, Penelope. She looked around and saw a number of women screeching and cheering at the runners. Unlike her, they seemed to be enjoying this. Should I copy them? Penelope took in a sharp breath, but all that came out was a wheeze. I can't do this. I have one job, and that's to cheer on Odysseus. But I can't do even just that. Just as she was feeling down, she saw one of the runners waving in her direction. It was Odysseus. How could he see me amidst all these people? In an instant, Penelope's mood brightened up. She waved back at him. You can do it! The girl shouted at the top of her lungs, which actually wasn't a lot since her voice was naturally soft and squeaky. But that was enough to make Odysseus smile. Huh? Who's in their own world? The duck rolled their beady eyes. That's a typo. It feels like a typo to me. Not long after, the runners positioned themselves at the starting line. Of course, Icarius was there as well. For a man of his age, he was ridiculously buff. There were also a couple of familiar faces, Ajax and Antilochus. Oh, this is different. This time they're in the race. Why are they here? She could only cover her face in embarrassment. Why were her two other self-proclaimed friends also running for her hand in marriage? After a moment of being consoled by her ducks, Penelope managed to put herself back together. Yes, maybe they're here to support Odysseus as well. She's coping. Finally, the host signaled everyone to get ready. I explained earlier that this is a 24-state race, which would be about 2.5 miles long, or around 4 kilometers long. I can't imagine running that much. Me neither, girl. She shuddered at the thought. It didn't help that she wasn't really familiar with Odysseus's athletic abilities. That said, she did notice before that he was quite quick on his feet. She shook her head and directed her attention back to the race. 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Penelope was glued to her seat. Immediately, her eyes searched for Odysseus. He was doing pretty okay, just average. Her father was ahead of everyone, followed by Ajax. Antilochus was lagging behind, but it didn't look like he was even trying. As for the other runners, they were all unfamiliar to Penelope. Some, perhaps, she had seen roaming around her uncle's palace, so they're likely all ex-suitors to Helen. Wait, even Odysseus was Helen's ex-suitor. Is that what's going on? That her cousin's leftovers had come for her? She shook her head once again. No, it's not the time to think about that. At this rate, Odysseus would lose. What happened to all that confidence from him? She pouted as she watched them complete another lap. Interestingly enough, some of the runners who were ahead had now lagged behind. But Odysseus maintained a steady pace. Still, that was nothing to praise about. Her father was still far ahead, and he was also keeping his pace. I never imagined father being this formidable. Ajax was also still ahead, and Antilochus looked like he was just in a stroll. In fact, Antilochus was a whole lap behind everyone. Penelope held her breath, hoping for Odysseus to turn the tides. By now, they should be at their halfway mark. Just then, Ajax seemed to have slowed down and was now running at the same pace as Odysseus. It almost seemed like they were talking. Odysseus, do you have a plan in mind? Little one? I have a job for you. Meanwhile, down at the stadium.
We should be halfway through by now. Yo, how's it hanging? Hey, it's too early. Get back up there. Oh, come on. Even I, the great Ajax, don't have infinite stamina. We'll figure out how to get one, considering that you have a head big enough to call yourself great. How? Besides, you're the one asking a favor here. Might I remind you that if we fail, you'd be banned here in Sparta as well. Whose fault is that? Oh, I don't know. Who got drunk and made a mess of Tyndareus' dining hall? Oh, wait. Who had to bail you out again? I see that you two are at it again.
It seemed that Antilochus had caught up with them.
Good. You're here. Get up there and switch with Ajax.
Roger. Antilochus and made a salute before speeding up ahead of everyone. I think that's another typo.
Antilochus is always easier to talk to. Don't you enjoy the challenge? No. I prefer to make things easier for myself, thank you very much. Now get to the back and keep watch from there.
Okay. He replied lazily.
If those two weren't capable, I wouldn't have.
Odysseus sighed.
Lucky that they owe me.
He then raised his head.
All right. The next phase will commence. You have to make sure Icarius drinks that. Did I just hear a duck?
Back to Penelope. I see. So Ajax and Antilochus are keeping watch on both his front and rear. And he seems to want father to drink something. Penelope hummed. The only answer I can think about is that he's planning to drug father. She paused to mull over her choices. So his plan is... Could you be a dear and continue to watch them below? If Odysseus asks for help, give it to him. I'll try to gather the other ducks and find a way down there. The duck nodded before swooping back down the stadium. I'm not sure how I could help, and I'm pretty sure Odysseus is trying to cheat. But I promise to believe him, so even if his method is cheating... She huffed. I'll accept it. And with that, she got off the audience seats to find the way to the competitors. Meanwhile, down at the racing stadium...
Shit. Does that old man not take water breaks?
He cursed under his breath. Odysseus was barely managing to keep up. They're currently past the halfway mark.
I swear, I keep hearing ducks.
And then he looked up.
Duckamedes! You're to cheer on me.
It's a weird... It's obviously...
Thanks for the support.
No, he's way off mark.
If only ducks could sigh, Duckamedes would have done so already.
The little ones have distracted the guards at the north entrance. Oh, they've stolen his sandwich, I see. And to add, the ducks had more than happily executed it. I hope they'll be all right. Well then, let's go.
Oh, I get it. You're running alongside me. Or flying, I guess.
There was an air of defeat around the duck. If the bird could only facepalm wing right now. Odysseus cannot for the life of him translate what they've been trying to say. We're finally here. For someone like Penelope, who had zero athletic abilities, running down the stadium area took out a lot from her. I need water.
Bro, don't tell me she drinks the drugged water.
She looked around, only to find an area with tables and some jars. Oh, those must be the water supply for the racers.
Are you one of the servants tasked to watch the racers drinking water?
She just nodded, fully aware of what a terrible liar she was. Thankfully, her veil somewhat covered her expression, which would have otherwise ratted her out.
Wonderful.
The man then pushed her toward the table and gave her shoulder a hefty pat.
We've been low on manpower, what with the consecutive events that the master had hosted over these past few days. I'm glad they sent in some help. Well then, I'll leave you here. And he's off.
I guess we managed to infiltrate somehow. Now, let's see. Odysseus said father has to drink from here, right? What if we force him to come here? Alright, here's what you and the others have to do. Back to our runner.
If you're hungry, now's not the time. I'll throw you a party after this, okay?
The duck and the man still couldn't come to an understanding. Feeling defeated, the bird looked around only to finally notice its companion and some others gliding above the track. The bird flew over their direction, which Odysseus immediately followed with his sight. They were just right ahead over where Icarius was running.
Huh? What's...
Are they actually gonna shit on him?
What the Tartarus is going on? What is this?
The event host broadcasted in grand surprise.
A flock of ducks are swooping down on Prince Icarius and are raining on him with literal... shit.
Note to self, never anger those ducks. Oh my god. I thought this would happen in the other endings, but it happened in this one. Why are they doing this? Are they helping me? Oh, I forgot this is Odysseus.
Are they helping me?
Odysseus looked around and it didn't take him long to find the next water stop. He blinked.
That's Penelope. I see. So that's what's going on.
I think they might have overdone it. Wait, he's finally coming this way. I'd better hide my face.
And indeed, Ikarius did sprint over to the water station. What in Gaia was that?
I like to say Gaia. I don't know. Is it Gaia? I say Gaia.
He muttered with a raspy breath.
The birds dispersed as soon as the old man stopped by the tables.
Hurry, give me something to clean myself with.
He spoke to the girl with a commanding tone. Penelope froze for a moment. She trembled. She felt breathless. Suddenly, her fear started to encroach her. Normally, seeing her father only made her uncomfortable. At worst cases, quiver at his presence. But hearing him shout the way he did brought forth even more fear out of her. At least, he'd normally try to sound kind and sweet toward her, but never like this. And of course, that's because she was currently disguised as a servant. No. No, I can do this. She swallowed hard.
You look familiar.
The girl flinched. She kept her head low and closed her eyes. Remember what Odysseus said. Deep breaths. It felt like forever. Her heart was thumping so loud that she felt like her chest would burst. I can do this. She breathed in to calm her nerves. Her hands trembled, but she steeled herself. She was a terrible liar, that she knew so well. So keeping her mouth shut was the best option. In the end, she mustered herself to give him a nod and picked up a jar of water. This is bad. My fingers are slipping. She tried to keep her grip tight, but it didn't help that her hand was shaking. Before she could hand it over, the old man immediately snatched the jar away and splashed water over himself, then gulped the remains before wiping his mouth.
Slow, he hissed.
Once again, she flinched.
I swear you look familiar. Are you from my palace?
And closed in on her. Oh no. She braced herself.
Hey, hand me something to drink.
The familiar voice made her snap back. It also made Ikarius turn around.
You still have the gall to take a break here when I'm already a few laps ahead. Oh, well, I'm saving my energy for the final stretch. You're about to witness a turnabout. I'm surprised you can remain cocky in this situation. After this, you won't be stepping foot in Sparta ever again.
Odysseus grinned.
Yeah, I won't. I'll be with Penny in Ithaca.
The older man's face contorted when he heard the young man address his daughter with a nickname. He seethed under his breath before turning around to return to the race. Penelope immediately let out a huge sigh of relief.
Penny, you did well.
Thanks for coming.
You could have gone out of that. You could have gotten out of that on your own. I can't stay here long. Gotta go fast.
He started jogging in place.
I'll have some water and I'll be going.
She blinked. Huh? But won't you?
Guess you did figure out the drug. I was hoping to keep that a secret. But don't worry, it'll be fine. That thing only reacts to stress.
He winked.
You've done your part and the winning conditions are in place. Now it's my turn.
After having his drink, Odysseus immediately bolted off, while Penelope snuck back to return to the audience area. Odysseus had 5 laps remaining, while Ikarius had 2. His odds were low.
Yo there, old man. You've slowed down.
As he had said, Ikarius did slow down tremendously, as though he was in pain.
This is nothing. Shouldn't you be trying to get ahead of me instead of talking like this? Oh, come on. Don't you want to have a chat with your future son-in-law? In your dreams. Then I'll make those dreams a reality. Don't worry, I'll make sure that Penny is happy.
Ikarius winced when he used her nickname once again, almost as if it had induced some pain in him.
How dare you use her name with such familiarity? He gritted his teeth. Oh, you mean the name you gave her? A lovely name, by the way. It's just unfortunate how you gave it to her after attempting to take her life. You! That's none of your business. How can you have the gall to call yourself her father when you tried to get rid of her as a helpless infant? His voice was calm and gentle, yet his words were laced with venom. I'd be ashamed if I were you. Then again, I would never do such a thing to my child if I had one. If my child falls into the sea, I'd be the first to jump in to try and save them. I'd give them my life. You really are. A scum. Incorrigible. Insufferable. I know. But I will always be better than you. He smiled. Icarius hissed under his breath. See ya in a bit. And then Odysseus sped past him. Back at the audience area, Penelope had returned to her seat. Most of the racers had considerably slowed down. Come to think of it, many of the participants started lagging behind after their water breaks. Especially Icarius. If one could only see his face right now, they'd be concerned about how it had contorted. How could he not? He was experiencing so much pain after Odysseus's words. However, unlike most, Odysseus had actually sped up. He did save his energy for the finale of the race. Considering that Odysseus also took the drug, does that mean he's also in pain, or not? He seems fine, so he's not stressed at all. I mean, it also is like a good alibi because he also drank the water, so, so what could be wrong with the water? That's quite amazing in its own way. You can do it. You can do it. Penelope prayed quietly. Odysseus by now had somehow managed to catch up, with only one final lap to go. He's right behind, Father. The finish line is right around the corner. She sucked in a deep breath. Odysseus, you can do it! I believe in you! The girl shouted at the top of her lungs. Yet her voice was drowned by the cheers of the crowd. 1 week after the race. The ducks have boarded the ship. All of them are accounted for, except for one. Here's the little one. This is Duck Achilles, right? Oh, then. Quack Achilles. Sorry, Quack Achilles, my bad. The other one is Duck Achilles. This is Quack Achilles. Will be staying with us until we get to the ship, right? She nodded. Yes, this little one is quite anxious about leaving. I know you're not, but just play along. Thank you, she whispered. Odysseus, are you sure you want to go back home? You can share the throne if you stay. Are you really throwing this opportunity away? The aging king walked up to them, looking quite forlorn, with those words coming first. No thanks. I don't really have anything I'd want to do with something like that. Plus, too much work. The older king winced. There was definitely no changing Odysseus's decision. Penelope, dear, are you really certain about this man? So he turned his attention to his daughter instead. You'd have to live in that backwater province. I can give you anything if you stay here. Please, I'd really prefer if you can stay here with your husband. The old man spoke pleadingly. Penelope hid behind Odysseus. But she didn't reply. Instead, she just pulled up her veil and remained by Odysseus' side. Icarius, that's enough. She doesn't want to talk. Fine. I hope you visit me and your siblings often. Those were his last words before leaving. Penelope let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Prince Icarius left their eyesight, Odysseus' smile fell through. Man, really? I mean, really? He didn't even apologize for being such a thorn on our sides. Yeesh. Good riddance. We'll show him. We'll have so much fun in Ithaca. Backwater province my ass. Penelope burst into laughter with his comment. I'm glad you're smiling again. That old man just really had to ruin your last moment here. It's fine. I admit I'm still frightened of him, but I only hid because I figured that doing it that way would make him feel worse. Oh, Zeus, what have I done?
Eh?
Nah, never mind. Not a single final word from his daughter, huh? Not even letting him see your face for one last time. You can be really cruel when you try.
No teasing.
Well, you'd better get used to it.
I jest.
Fine, you win this one. Still, I'd hate to repeat like your old man. And I know that I kind of forced this onto you. Are you sure about going? I know you only think of me as a friend. This marriage thing is kind of a big Ow!
The duck leapt out of Penelope's arms and used tackle.
What was that for?
For being dense.
Huh? You're the one who's dense.
Odysseus, if I didn't want this, I wouldn't have gone through all that trouble to help you win. Besides, you're my best friend. Bro, just for the shits and giggles. Just for the shits and giggles, because I saved. You're my best friend. I don't mind marrying my best friend. I wouldn't have it any other way.
I'm not sure how to feel about that. But I guess I'm just happy to have you by my side. So, let's go home.
Yes, back home. Odysseus sailed home to Ithaca with his new wife, Penelope, along with way too many ducks. The people cheered for their new queen, and the small island celebrated for days on end. Okay, catch that sheep. Are you all right? Do I look all right? Okay, we've gone through this. So is this like the friendship ending, kind of? But they did get married? One day the king brought home a girl whom he named as his wife. Many tell of the tale of how the two had fallen for each other. But unbeknownst to the people of Ithaca, rather than lovers, they were mere friends. No, they were the best of friends. Even though the king does not have her heart, he was happy. For being by her side was enough. She was his safe haven. In her rests his home. Odysseus. Thank you for being my friend. He smiled. Whatever makes you happy. True friendship ending 2. Okay. Let me go and load this and say that we love him. I do love you. She looked away for a moment before turning back to him. Odysseus was the taller of the two, so she urged him to lean down. Okay, maybe this is my favorite CG. The moment their lips touched, she felt his warmth envelop her. The very same comforting warmth his presence had always provided her. The kind warmth that had always eased her. The familiar scent of the sun and the grass wrapped around her. He always smelled like the outdoors, wild and free. Penelope was about to let the moment end, but Odysseus pulled her back in. Deeper, he pressed his lips into hers. Her fingers curled on him as he pulled her in even further. She held her breath. This was a new experience for her, a little strange, somewhat frightening, but she didn't dislike it. Just then, he pulled away.
You're allowed to breathe, you know.
He gave her a cheeky smile. She felt her face go red. No, I didn't know.
Okay, maybe you've had enough for today.
He tried to let her go, but she grabbed him by his collar and then pulled him in one more time. One that only lasted for a short moment. No, that's enough.
You just had to leave me wanting more, huh?
Well, I can't let you win.
Oh, Penny.
She pursed her lips and kept her gaze downward. About that, actually, can you go back to calling me by my full name? Don't get me wrong, it made me happy that you called me by a nickname, but it also made me happy that I could run away from my name. But that feels wrong. I don't want to run away anymore. I've always wanted to forget about my father's attempt to kill me. But just like you said, my name is also a memento of my saviors. She smiled and gently stroked the head of the duck perched on Odysseus's shoulder. It's because of them that I'm here right now, that I met you. Just like you, I'd like to face my fate head on, whatever it throws at me. I want to be strong, no stronger. I want to grow stronger in my own way. Strong enough to support you, strong enough to keep supporting you. So, before she could finish, Odysseus brushed a strand of her hair back and then rested a hand on her cheek.
I understand. Whatever you want, Penelope.
I'm surprised that this section isn't voiced.
But remember that you're not alone anymore. I promise that no matter what we face, even if we're apart, we'll always have each other. I'll always be your ally, cheering you on.
You're scheming behind my back.
Yes, scheming for you behind your back.
You should teach me some of your ways sometimes. I'd like to scheme for you too.
Of all the things you'd want me to teach you, you pick that. Really now.
Well, it sounds fun. You can teach me other things too.
I'll teach you anything you want.
He pressed his lips on her forehead.
We have all the time in the world now, after all.
Okay, so this is voiced, but the earlier wasn't.
But, knowing my luck, I bet we'll get into bigger trouble sooner or later.
Odysseus laughed heartily.
So, are you prepared to be this trickster's wife?
Well, only if you don't mind ducks.
Are you kidding? I love ducks, but I love you even more.
Cute. True to his name, Odysseus, he who causes pain, a young man who will bring suffering to those who cross him, friend or foe. However, his name can also mean he who receives pain. And indeed he too will face much suffering in the future. He's fated to receive the ire of the gods, which will throw him into a long, legendary odyssey. But for now, he had brought a single girl and her ducks the greatest joy she could ever have. Oh, hooray! This is the credit scene. I don't know if this is the same illustrations as when I got the romance endings. I'm trying to think. I think this is different. So he's going away, I'm assuming, to war. Oh, and she's waiting for him. Sob, sob. Telemachus, who's just a little babe in her arms. Some of the ducks went with him. Oh, and then we got the Trojan horse. But like, truly, how far do you think the ducks had to fly back and forth to deliver their letters? This is Penelope weaving the... she's weaving a duck shroud. Oh, that's cute. Because the thing is, she was weaving a shroud for Laertes. I think that is probably Odysseus on Calypso's island, if I had to guess. And then what is this one? The end. Oh, is this when they reunite? Please. Ah! I'm dead. Okay. Yeah. I'm really happy we got that illustration. And that must be Telemachus. Oh my god, look at our boy. He's so big now. He's so cute. Oh, yeah. I'm really happy we got this picture. I was surprised that the romance ending didn't have it, so it makes sense they were saving it for the true ending. There we go, the meaning of our names. Obtain ending to true end. Did we unlock all the gallery pics? No, we did not. Keeping to yourself brings distance. I think there's probably an image that we didn't get where, like, I do like that they give hints on what you're supposed to do. Like, I appreciate that. What the hell? Something appeared from the corner of the screen. Oh yeah, it was just that. Okay. I think there's an ending where you just like don't say hi to Odysseus probably. Let me go look at the... Where's the lore? Bonus. Read the lore. Yeah, there we go. Complete all of the lores and the trivias. Let's read the last couple of entries that I have. In Greek mythology, Gaia is a primordial goddess, the mother of all creation, and the personification of Earth. According to myth, in the beginning there was only chaos, the origin of everything, an empty void. Then from nothingness, chaos came. Then from nothingness came Gaia, Tartarus, and Eros. Gaia is also the grandmother of Zeus. Then we have homophrosyne, an ancient Greek term that means shared feeling and thinking between two people, or simply put, like-mindedness. Despite their differing personalities, Penelope and Odysseus shared this with one another. I remember learning about that a little bit. Odysseus, the famous trickster, was the mastermind behind the oath of Tyndareus and the Trojan horse. He later became the protagonist of his own Nostos. That was the word I was thinking of. It wasn't Odyssey, it was Nostos. Homecoming adventure in the Odyssey. The name Odysseus can mean son of pain or the one inflicting and suffering pain. To Penelope, he's just plain old Odysseus, her husband and her best friend. Then we have Penelope's veil. After Odysseus cheated, won against Penelope's father Icarius. Icarius continued to try and convince his daughter to stay in Sparta together with her husband. Penelope didn't respond, instead she simply hid her face behind a veil. The act was seen as a display of her femininity and modesty. You can be cruel when you try, quote, said the husband with a nasty grin. We have sandwiches, what the hell was that? The first record of a sandwich was said to have come from the 1st century BC, although the official creation of sandwiches was said to have been in the 1700s. In ancient Greece, they normally ate dry bread by dunking it into wine. In this iteration, sandwiches seem to have already existed, but the ducks have stolen them. Perhaps in this universe, the ducks have stolen the knowledge of sandwich making until its official creation in the 1700s. And we got Tartarus. A region beneath the underworld, some sources treated it as part of the realm of Hades, while others believed it to be a completely separate space. According to myth, this abyss was located at the lowest point of the universe, where the most dangerous and most wicked prisoners were sealed. It may also pertain to a deity that predates the Olympian gods. Okay, we are going to start, and we're going to skip, and we're going to duck out of this one. We're not going to say hi to him. I can't do this. He must think I'm a freak. Yup, he definitely does. A weirdo talking to ducks. So let's slip out to somewhere quieter. And then she turned around. Ah! Surprised, she almost tripped. Whoa there, are you all right? Thankfully, he managed to catch her. He's holding my hand. I don't smell like duck right now, do I? And we've gone through this. Make him quack up the situation first. What's going on? You didn't accidentally murder someone, did you? Huh? How did you end up with that conclusion? Do I look like someone who'd stab another person out of nowhere? Yes? Yes? I'm hurt. Sorry. I feel bad. I should help him. His request? Okay. Quack on him? Penelope is in panic. He's in that bush! She points to the dark guarded bush. Really? The man blinked. The bush was indeed suspicious, so you'd expect someone to check there first. But given the creepy duck's presence, they likely assumed Odysseus wouldn't have dared approach something so dangerous. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, they allowed the two men to pass.
Thanks?
The words slipped out of the man as he watched the ducks make way for them.
What's the deal with these ducks?
He muttered as he searched through the bush.
Shit.
There you are,
he exclaimed, hooking onto the brunette's arms.
Hey.
You're coming with us. The other man also grabbed him by the other arm.
Be a good friend now. No, I don't want to be a good friend,
he whined.
Tough luck, man. Suffer with us.
Thank you, miss.
He gestured his gratitude to Penelope.
Now let's drink our sorrows away. Keep your damn sorrows to yourselves.
Odysseus' voice faded as his figure disappeared into the halls. I'm sorry. Snitch! Oh my god, that was a hidden achievement. Let Odysseus be taken away by his friends. She prayed for him in her heart. Unfortunately, that was also the last time Penelope had ever seen Odysseus. Soon after, a suitor was chosen for Helen and everyone returned to their kingdoms. Penelope herself and her ducks also returned home not long after. Bad end betrayal. Go back to the last choice. Sure. A returner's choice must be special. Snitch on Odysseus and return to your last choice. That was another locked achievement. So I'm just missing Obtain lore keeper. Okay, so I'm just missing the gallery achievement. Quack-a-lie. What am I supposed to do? Don't tell him? Penelope shook her head. It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
That's so. Alright.
Seems like he knew something was bothering her, but he didn't want to pry if she wasn't willing to talk. In the end, they continued to chat until the day ended. Peaceful days passed, and everything remained the same, until the day Helen finally picked a suitor and it was time to say goodbye.
I didn't expect to enjoy my time here as much as I did. It was all thanks to you. And you guys as well, of course.
He grinned, giving each bird a healthy dose of head pats. Penelope couldn't even utter a word. It hadn't really hit her until now of how it'd be like to say goodbye to her first human friend.
Don't cry.
He closed in on her and wiped the streaks of tears from her eyes.
This won't be the last we'll see each other, alright? I'll issue an official visit sometime.
Even though he was trying to reassure her, Penelope couldn't help but cry.
Tell you what,
He bent down and grabbed one of her ducks.
how about we get help from these guys and we can exchange letters?
As terrible Odysseus may be when it came to translating Duckanese. I think that's like another typo. Or maybe it might not be, actually. It wasn't difficult to tell him that it was a quack of affirmation.
That way, we can stay connected.
I like that. Are you guys fine with doing a back and forth trip?
They said they're more than happy to do it.
He's right.
So I guess I'll be taking Quack Achilles with me.
He smiled, cradling one of the ducks in his arms.
One of them gotta learn the way to Ithaca and all.
I think that's a typo. Behave yourself over there, little one. And I hope you enjoy your trip with Odysseus. She stroked the duck gently. If the bird was a cat, it would have purred already. Also make sure that Odysseus behaves himself.
Hey, I'm not a kid. I'm even older than you.
Well, you seem like you have a tendency to slack.
I deny your accusation.
And thus their goodbyes were filled with laughter. Oh my god, that was the image I was missing. Fuck me, that's so funny. Penelope and Odysseus continued to message each other with their ducks. To Penelope. Penelope, it's unfortunate, but my request for a visit has once again been denied. It has been quite hectic here in Ithaca anyway, and everyone keeps telling me to take my work seriously. Just so you know, I do take my work seriously. I'm sorry I just keep complaining to you. I really wish I can see you again. To Odysseus, I don't mind listening to your woes. That's what friends do, right? I've been told by the little guys that you've really been working hard. So even if I couldn't see you working, I know you're doing your best. I don't have much to say about myself since nothing ever happens here, so I enjoy reading your letters. I'm looking forward to the next part of your story from last time. Unfortunately, Odysseus never had the chance to visit Penelope ever again, but their friendship, despite the distance, persisted thanks to the ducks that continued to connect them. Friendship and fly the distance. Damn, okay, we got the last thing in the gallery. And now I have all the achievements on Steam for this one. Huzzah! That ending's a little sad. But yeah, that was it. That's the game. I enjoyed it very much. I should probably look if there's other Greek mythology visual novels. But I enjoyed this a lot. I really like the art style for this one. It had like more of like a watercolor look to me, like more of a sketchy watercolor look. But yeah, I am tired. This stream has been going on way longer than I thought it would, so I'm gonna just quickly end it here and go get ready for bed. Yeah, I'm just gonna end it here. But thank you guys for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day or night, and I will see you the next time.